Madam Chair.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record in case number 2024-00406, electronic application of Lost City Renewables LLC for a certificate of construction for an approximately 250 megawatt merchant electric solar generating facility in Muhlenberg County. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and with me today is Mary Pat Regan, who's commissioner on the Public Service Commission. We also have our ad hoc members, John Lyons, Deputy Secretary of Energy and Environment Cabinet, who serves as proxy for Secretary Rebecca Goodman. We also have Jansen Hammock with us, who serves as proxy for Jeff Noel, the Secretary of the Economic Development Cabinet. We also have Judge Executive of Muhlenberg County, Mark McGahee. Am I pronouncing that right, Judge McGahee? Well, so am I? McGee. All right. Judge McGee, I apologize. I won't let that happen again. I'm getting a note that the chair's audio is fuzzy. Is that any better?
Madam Chair?
Yes. Yes.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Deputy Secretary.
Your all's audio is very fuzzy and muffled on our end. I can't hardly understand you.
All right. Let's take a real quick break and address that. We don't have to, I guess, we'll see if we need to go off the record. Okay. Did he want us to go off the record or?
Always on a Friday.
Yep.
Always technology.
Always. I could go ahead and introduce our final ad hoc member who was appointed from Muhlenberg County, and that's David Jessup Jr. So welcome, Mr. Jessup. Thank you for joining us and stepping up and accepting that responsibility. Can you hear us any better now, Deputy Secretary?
It's still very bad.
Oh, no. Well, We're back on the record again in case number 2024-00406. Deputy Secretary, can you hear us now? Great. We're in one of those cell phone commercials. Can you hear me now? All right, where was I? I had to introduce the members. At this time, I would caution everyone to put your cellular phones on silent if you haven't already done that, or turn them off. And since we also have people participating via video conference, I would ask you to mute your microphone if you're not speaking. And then there are a number of other cautions that I normally would give, but I think probably everyone has participated by now in these type of things. I'll let you know if we experience any issues. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. And at this time, we'll have entry of appearance of counsel, and I'd ask that when each party's counsel stands, that you also identify your witnesses for the applicant.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner Regan, members of the board. Todd Osterloh and Rebecca Price with Sturgill, Turner, Barker, and Maloney on behalf of the applicant, lawsuit Renewables LLC. We have 5 witnesses to present today: Richard Kirkland, Dr. Paul Coombs, Sean Joshi, Shane Kelly, and Marty Marcheter.
Okay. And for the interveners.
Morning, Madam
Morning, sir.
Commissioner, Chairman, Commissioner Regan, members of the board, Mr. Oslo. Mac Johns for the interveners. I would ask to be allowed to present Brad Reed and Aaron Cobb as witnesses this morning.
Have they submitted on the witness list?
They were not, Madam Chairman.
Is there any objection to that?
Yes, there is objection, Your Honor. Obviously, the regulations state that there is a witness list is required 5 days, well, a week before the hearing. We haven't had a chance to prepare for any sort of cross-examination of these individuals, having not known them, so we believe that we're prejudiced from that, and we would object to them appearing as witnesses.
Staff counsel, haven't introduced yourself yet, but do you have an opinion?
I would say that, yes, the regulation states clearly 5 days before the hearing, a witness list needs to be submitted.
Okay. So I will overrule the motion to add witnesses who weren't identified earlier. However, you know, in cases like this, we do take some evidence after the hearing. So if you want to submit evidence up until the date that we stop, until the evidence is closed, there is some opportunity for that.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I understand that. I disagree with Mr. Osterwell. I do not believe he'd be prejudiced. I think he is aware of what these folks will say. But I'll be happy to take the opportunity to submit additional information following the hearing.
And you know, we do have to abide by our rules. Although our rules are different than every other administrative court as well as regular court. And so I understand that. And I know you're very competent counsel.
And Your Honor, if I can add to it, there's sort of an ancillary issue that we submitted a statement in the record late yesterday about hearing procedure. Because the interveners were granted intervention by order April 1st, and the order specifically said that they should participate through their counsel and speak through their counsel. It's our position that those interveners shouldn't be permitted to provide public comments here today.
We're going to address that in a minute.
Thank you.
Okay. Staff counsel.
Chair Haddon, Commissioner Regan, Wright Williams appearing on behalf of the site.
Okay. I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, public notice was given on June 3rd and was filed into the record on June 6th.
Okay. And I know there are a few outstanding motions. One is for confidential treatment. That's pending. We'll roll on that. There's also a an outstanding motion for the commission to issue a subpoena. Staff, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, Chair, it's the opinion of commission staff that the motion for the commission to issue a subpoena was not timely filed. There's not time to give proper notice to the potential witness to appear and was not properly supported as to why the witness couldn't present evidence.
And do you have a response?
Madam Chairman, I recognize that. It's just my bumbling old old age that sometimes causes me to be behind, but I don't think that's an issue that's particularly troubling, that subpoena won't be issued.
Okay, I'll overrule that motion. There was one additional motion, I believe.
Yes, Chair, there's a motion filed by the applicants yesterday to recuse Judge McGee.
Councilor
That
Applicant.
is correct. It's our position that just based on appearances of impropriety, that there is a chance that based on public comment that Judge Executive McGee has provided, that it would be appropriate for him to recuse himself.
Based on
for this
public
proceeding.
comment?
Yeah, so he provided public comment at the March 27th public meeting that we had in Muhlenberg County that the siting board hosted, as well as what I call an op-ed in the local newspapers there in Muhlenberg County. I think that was from November of last year, where he was critical of this particular project.
And why did you file your motion just yesterday?
Because, so it's our understanding the governor appointed him on last Friday. We didn't receive notice of that until this Monday, and so just trying to be able to present arguments and prepare them and then give them to the citing boards why we filed it yesterday.
Okay, so it's my position that it's not my call whether Judge McGee recuses himself or not. That'll be his personal decision. Can you hear us, Judge McGee?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you.
So there is a motion that you be recused due to public comment and an op-ed that you wrote in the newspaper expressing an opinion about this case for which you would now stand as one of the judges. And so I will let you make the decision of whether you believe you can fairly sit in this case or whether you need to recuse yourself.
I feel like I can fairly sit in this case.
Okay. Is there any further argument about that?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone? Okay. Mr. McGee has made his decision. Any other outstanding motions?
Your Honor, just to clarify, that we did file a second petition for confidential treatment earlier this week in relation to supplemental information. They're
Okay.
essentially identical motions. I just want to make sure that the citing board is aware that there are two
Okay.
motions.
If we are veering into territory that may be subject to the confidential material, someone say so loudly and quickly. I don't want to violate anyone's confidentiality. You get a lot of those motions and we're never, I don't know that we'll ever get to the point that we can get them all ruled upon before hearings. All right, now we're moving on to the public comment period.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, there was one other thing I forgot. We put this in our hearing statement. Mr. Kirkland is one of our witnesses. He's actually on family vacation in Germany right now. The commission allowed him to appear remotely. We were asking, it's a little unusual, I understand for these proceedings, but to take him out of order before public comment. And so that would be our request, if we could proceed with him first and then public comment.
So we granted the motion for him to appear remotely.
Correct.
But I don't think the motion itself asked for a time certain, but you're asking for that now.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Any objections, sir?
Your Honor, or Madam Commissioner, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've always done my best to accommodate people when they have scheduling issues, so I'm not going to object to that. If Mr. Osterloh feels his witness needs an accommodation, I'm certainly going to accommodate him. I may have to ask for one myself at some point, and if I don't give one, I can't expect one.
That was a lesson I learned my first year of practicing law 25 years ago.
43 for me,
Okay.
Madam Commissioner.
All right, thank you. It is an inconvenience for some of the people who may have traveled here to give public comment. And you can be seated, counsel. So I will grant that motion. However, if there are people, so interveners, now that you're parties, you're not the public anymore. So you're going to speak through your counsel. But if there are other people who are here in the courtroom who came to give public comment, If you have a reason that you couldn't stick around for the next hour or so, make that known to me right now, I guess. But because normally public comment is given, and sometimes it's public officials. When I was a state rep, I did it like 6 times. I came to the PSC and yelled at them. I'm paying for that now. So sometimes I had somewhere to be and I needed to get in and out. I'm not seeing anybody come forward saying that there's anything urgent. So that being the case, we are going to go out of our normal order, and I'm going to allow applicant to call the one witness who is in Germany on vacation with his family first, and then you will come right back to public comment. Okay, counsel, you may call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Richard Kirkland. And Mr. Kirkland, can you hear us okay?
I can.
Mr. Kirkland, we will need you to speak up some. If you can get closer to your mic, or somehow I could just sort of barely hear you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony raise your right hand again, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. I can hear him now. Can everyone else hear Mr. Kirkland? Okay. All right. Please try to stay close to your mic if you can, and counsel you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Kirkland, will you please state your name for the record?
Richard Kirkland,
And for whom do you work?
Kirkland Appraisals.
What is your title there?
I'm the owner.
What is the business address?
9408 North Field Court, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27603.
Can you provide just information as to what your role is in this project?
I was asked to do an impact analysis looking at whether the project as proposed would have impact on adjoining property values.
And is that impact analysis been filed in the record of this case?
I believe so.
Do you have any changes to that impact analysis?
I do not.
Do you adopt that impact analysis as your testimony here today?
I do.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Johns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kirkland, my name's Mac Johns, and I represent the interveners. Who hired you to prepare this report?
Copperhead Environmental Consulting.
How many times have you testified for Copperhead Environmental Consultants?
I'm not sure, maybe 5 or 6 times,
Okay.
maybe less.
How many times have you prepared reports or testified for the developers of a solar industrial site?
Over 1,000 times.
You prepared over 1,000 reports. Is that what I understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm trying to work through the delay. I can just barely hear you. I apologize. Okay.
I'm sorry, I hate that my video shows my face like this. Should I turn the video off and just put my face up to the phone?
Well, we all have our crosses to bear, Mr. Kirkland.
Yours is going to be that your beard is testifying. Through the miracle of technology, your beard has come to us all the way from Germany.
All right. Mr. Kirkland, how often in those 1,000 reports have you concluded that there was a impact on real estate values of adjoining landowners?
I apologize. My audio cut out for a second there. Could you repeat the question, please?
Let me rephrase the question a little bit. In those 1,000 reports, how many times have you concluded there was a negative impact on the real estate values of adjoining properties?
When I see an issue, I let my client know so that they can make adjustments, and at my request, many of my clients will change their site design to something that I can approve of. In the handful of examples where clients refuse to make changes, they ask me to not finish reports. So I have never completed a report that indicated a negative impact, but not every report or not every project that I have looked at have I said I agreed would have no impact on property value.
Now, you use what you describe as a matched pair analysis, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that matched pair analysis, does it typically compare properties in, say, the same subdivision?
Not necessarily. And the matched pair analysis looks at a property that is next to a solar project, and we compare that home to a similar home that is sold in the same general area but not next to a solar farm, not in proximity to the solar farm, and look to see if there's any impact that comes from that,
Okay.
that we would attribute to the solar farm.
But you don't use the cost analysis method, is that correct?
We do not.
You don't use comparable sales analysis?
No, we do look at other comparable sales, and that is what the match pair sales analysis is. We compare that home sale that is next to the solar project to similar homes that have sold nearby.
Did you consider anything relative to the damage theory of appraisals?
Again, we have approached this looking at these different approaches to see if there was any damage to be considered.
Does the match pair analysis explain the context of adjacent properties?
What do you mean by the context of the adjacent
Well,
properties?
the location of the adjacent properties, are they located next to an industrial site? Are they located in a purely residential area?
Again, depends on the property. We, at best, are looking for sales that do not have other potential negative impacts around them. We have included some that are next to, say, in Kentucky. We have some that we didn't do a matched pair analysis, but we did a resale analysis looking around an existing power plant. So the power plant was an existing factor in both the before and the after, but we could look at the sale of the exact same home that sold before the solar plant was put in place, and then again after, just to see if there was any change in the appreciation, make sure it's still appreciated at the same as areas in there. But that only works for a sale-resale analysis. If we were doing a matched pair analysis of something near that power plant that was existing before the solar farm, that would be a potential negative that was in there. But most of the examples that we looked at are properties that are not located to other potential negative impacts. They're either homes within subdivisions or in rural areas where there's no other negative factors to consider.
Did you consider market expectations?
Again, when we look at these, we reach out to the brokers involved and talk to them about whether or not it impacted the time of sale, whether it took longer to sell because the solar plant was there, as well as getting the broker's opinions on whether it had an impact on the property value. We did that on top of doing the sales comparison approach or the sale-resale analysis. But as far as the expectation, I mean, that is built into all the prices on those. So we have looked at a couple of examples. I'm not sure if there's any specifically in this report, but we have looked at examples of where sales have happened after a solar project has been approved but not been built, and looked at those to see if there were impacts. And again, we have not found any impacts in that time period for expectations from the solar project being built.
Just generally, isn't it true that in many parts of Kentucky over the last several years, we've been in a seller's market?
Again, by doing a match pair analysis, all the homes would be in the same market. We're looking at properties that sold in the same time period in the same area. So again, whether you're talking about a buyer's market, a seller's market, or a choppy market, again, as long as we're looking at sales that are happening in that same time period, those same influences are happening on both the sale next to the solar project as well as those not next to the solar project.
Can you tell the board what is an external obsolescence?
An external obsolescence are that what you would basically attribute to any negative consequence to property values. We have a list of those in the back of the report because we do impact analysis on a wide range of things. An external obsolescence essentially describes what is causing a negative impact. So the most common, largest type of negative impact we find is due to hazardous materials. Things like that can have a negative impact on adjoining property values, or odor would be a good one to look at. I mean, these are things that cause significant measurable impacts in many cases. So external obsolescence measures those things. When we looked at solar projects, we were really focusing, we go through the list of these to determine if solar projects have any characteristics that are attributable to any of the externalities that we typically find. The only one that really is an issue for solar is appearance. It is typically the smallest potential negative consequence, and it's also the one that is most easily addressed, specifically for the solar farms where the panels are low to the ground. And you address appearance through a combination of distance and landscaping screening.
Now, you mentioned the factors that you have in the back of your report. Just for the verbal record here, tell us what are those factors?
Again, hazardous materials was the one that typically causes the largest impacts, not just in the studies that I've looked at, but ones done by other groups. After that is odor. After that is noise. After that is traffic, then stigma, then appearance. And that's not to say these are the only possible categories. These are broad categories that do typically capture most things.
Now, isn't it true that there are hazardous materials associated with these installations, these industrial installations of solar farms?
Again, according to the EPA, there's nothing in these to be concerned with, and that they are, even though they won't be put into a landfill in most cases, that they would be safe to put into a typical landfill. So no, and similar panels are sitting on the roofs of people's houses all around and in people's yards and smaller areas as well.
Okay. Well, what evidence did you review to reach these conclusions?
I reviewed a number of white paper pages put out by North Carolina State University. I can believe they're cited in the report on page 20. But also the EPA standards, I believe, is I've seen those before. I do not have a specific record in here, but that is knowledge that I've picked up while working on this over the last 15 plus years.
Now, there are factors of market imperfection, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the board market imperfection?
Yes, market imperfection just addresses the reality that real estate in particular is an imperfect market. Real estate, you cannot just put it back on the shelf or order something new from, Amazon. You've always got slight differences in everything. But you also, when you're looking at these to compare to get your market value, you're looking at what is called the definition of market value includes in the definition the phrase a typically motivated buyer and a typically motivated seller. Typically motivated buyers includes a wide range of personalities and actually a wide range of motivations. Even though everybody wants to sell their property for the highest price possible, you also have to deal with a typically motivated seller who wants the lowest price possible. And so you've got this conflict that goes back and forth, but also you were looking at a wide range of impacts because some people have more time constraints than others. They might still be within a normal time constraint, but maybe this is someone who's inherited a property, say, and they don't live there. And typically those sell a little quicker, but also not as strong. You might have a lot of other factors that go in there. What happens, though, is and you can see this, even in subdivisions where you have identical houses or nearly identical houses being bought and sold, you can have two homes, same floor plan, built same year. They'll sell in the same time frame for widely different prices. That is market imperfection. One house might sell for a little more because the interior was upkept. The older a property gets and the more personalized it gets, the more imperfect the market becomes.
What's the typical range you consider to be within market imperfection?
I consider plus or minus 5% to be a typical range.
Now, many years ago, I learned a rule about real estate values, and that was its location, location, location. Is that fairly accurate?
Sure, location's very important.
Okay. And in your report, you included findings of a number of university studies. Is that correct?
I do.
And tell us why you use those.
It's additional research to supplement the research that I have done as well.
Okay. Now, is the difference still attributable to market imperfection if the difference is the cumulative study of thousands of sales over a long period of time?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
All right, I'll move on. Does a study reviewing a large number of sales across a long time indicate an overall tendency that would be statistically significant?
I mean, that is, yes.
Okay. Now, specifically, your report reviews data from a number of solar plants. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that most of those installations are smaller, 5, 10, 15, 50 megawatts or less?
There are many smaller ones, yes.
Okay. And why would you not agree that the larger 450 megawatt solar farms would not result in a decrease in property values?
Well, we have projects that we've looked at, including in Virginia, 617 megawatt project in Spotsylvania. It is showing very similar sales data next to it as we're seeing even in the smaller projects. We're not seeing a difference when we look at 100 and 200 megawatt projects than we are looking at smaller projects. So we haven't found any data to suggest that those larger sizes are having any significant impact that is different from the smaller projects.
Okay. Now, over what period of time are we talking about?
I mean, I'm not sure what you mean. I've been looking at solar projects for 15 plus years, but as far as sale and resale, we have home sales that we've looked at that were initially sold in 2013. And some of those have sold 2 or 3 times since the solar project has been built.
Okay. Now, was appearance really the only factor that you were concerned with in this study?
When I look at externalities, that's the only area that again, when we interview people, appearance, I don't want to look at it is the most common phrase we hear. But again, we're measuring and doing the paired sales to see if we find an impact. And the list of the externalities is not the research itself, it's just an explanation of what we are finding. So if we did find a negative impact for say, we would likely attribute it to appearance. The other categories of externalities do not appear to trigger off solar farms.
Okay. Now, did you rely on other appraisal market studies?
I have reviewed a number of different ones, but I have not relied on them.
Yeah. And I think you make reference to 11 studies in your report. You contend 9 of those supported your conclusion?
No, again, those 9 came to similar conclusions as mine, but they do not necessarily review my work.
Okay, okay, but those studies you looked at, two of those were inconsistent with your conclusion.
There were two studies that were done. One was done by Fred Beck. I testified opposite him. It was probably over a dozen years ago. He looked at homes next to a 3-story call center and opined that the impact of being next to a solar farm would be very similar to that impact. Again, he has since already said that he wouldn't support those findings if a landscaping screen was put around a project. He would not include those factors. The other one was a report that I've reviewed. I've reviewed a couple of different ones by Ms. Mary Clay, and she concludes on a negative impact.
Okay. Now, many of these solar sites that you look at are widely dispersed. Would it not be helpful to look at sites within close proximity?
Again, we're looking at all the sites that we can identify in Kentucky. And then we looked and focused at the ones in states adjoining Kentucky just to supplement that data. We have additional data where we've worked across really across the United States at this point. So there's a lot of data that's not presented in this report. We have shown just the sales data we found that is in proximity to Kentucky.
Okay. Now, in your report, you talk about reaching out for realtor confirmation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you just mentioned Ms. Clay. She's been critical of your reports. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, and is one of your criticisms of her criticism of you is that she didn't get any realtor confirmation. Is that correct?
Well, not just that, but partly that. She doesn't, part of her, again, I don't know what she's doing now. I can just say that I have testified opposite her before, and she testified under oath that she doesn't reach out to confirm any of the sales that she deals with.
Well,
Confirming does not have to go through brokers, but you should reach out to try to confirm sales from someone who is knowledgeable about the sale.
okay. Why would reviewing a deed that has a stated consideration be just as trustworthy as reaching out to a realtor or a broker?
Because you don't get the context of the sale. If you had someone who's like, well, yeah, and we're trying to just liquidate the sale. For example, the ones that Mary Clay and I have disputed over about that issue specifically were 3 lots that sold next to the Spotsylvania project that I mentioned earlier. She did not reach out to confirm anyone, and also did pick up that she found those 3 lots to have sold. They did sell lower than they had been, but they were also part of a package of many lots in that subdivision that were selling by a developer who was liquidating all of their lots. They were purchased by someone who bought them at liquidated prices because they were bulk sales. They then held on to them. Once the solar project was built, he sold them for a huge profit because, again, as that person said who bought it, I interviewed him. He said that it had no impact on property value. It didn't increase the value. He just bought them cheap because the guy sold him a bunch of lots at one time.
Now,
So you don't get that by looking at the deeds.
now, one of the reports or one of the papers that you rely on is the Loyola University paper. And wasn't that based entirely on Zillow's estimates, not conversations with realtors or brokers?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay. You mentioned the brokers and the realtors you talked to. How many did you talk to?
In this set, I believe it was 14.
Okay, what was the time frame that when you spoke to them?
That information would be available in my files, but essentially, whenever I did that match pair analysis, would be when it would have been sometime after that I did that, obviously. So some of these may have been, as far back as 2017, but most of these would have been more recent.
Okay.
Essentially, when I find one, I start writing it up, I reach out to the broker as part of that process.
And am I understanding your report correctly that every broker you spoke with indicated no impact?
There was one who suggested there may have been an impact in Virginia, Miss Anna Boyer, but she said that that home sold while the solar project in question was being built and that there was some damage to the roads. I asked her the question if whether or not when the project was designed, the developer fixed those roads, would the property value be restored? And she said, yes, she believes so. It was just that the roads were in rough shape when she showed that property. It's also notable that Anna Boyer also provided feedback saying specifically a different home that was even closer to a solar farm, a different one, but also in Virginia. She definitely said it had no impact on property value.
But later on in your report, there are other discussions of brokers who indicated an impact, correct?
Just the one that I mentioned just now.
Okay. You spoken to any brokers in Muhlenberg County?
I have not.
Spoken to any brokers in Logan County?
I am not sure. Again, the ones that I have information on, yeah, I've got, let's see. Again, I've got information around Logan Sports Solar, where I spoke to an attorney or a broker, and yeah.
Well, let me give you a Kentucky geography lesson. Logan Sport's not in Logan County. Russellville is.
Okay. The only one that I've got listed, again, I don't have them listed by county. I've got them listed by cities.
Okay.
So I'd have to go back and look to see. But again, I can only look and talk to brokers where first there's a solar farm built and second there's a home sale next to it that I can look at.
Well, in your report, you're aware that there's a solar farm in Logan County. You mentioned that.
Right.
And so you didn't talk to any brokers in Russellville. You didn't talk to any in Hopkinsville or Greenville.
Was there a sale next to those that you think I should have looked at?
I'm asking the questions. I didn't prepare the report.
Okay.
These university studies, let's talk about some of those. The UT Austin study. You know, the second part of the study was more applicable when they conducted a survey of appraisers, assessors on their opinions. But earlier, didn't you make a point that those opinions were not credible without sales?
Again, the opinions put in that survey, if you look on page 22 of the report, there were appraisers who indicated that they had appraised something next to a solar farm before and that they are therefore researched the subject. And there were also those who answered that survey saying they had never looked at the subject and then they guessed anyway. So yeah, I would say that the appraisers who had never actually researched the subject or appraised something next to a solar, their opinions should be discounted. But those who had looked at this issue before, they have knowledge on that.
And that UT Austin report or paper indicate a negative 5% impact.
That was the highest impact, and that was for large projects within 100 feet, if the home was within 100 feet, and it also had no landscaping screening.
So, wouldn't you agree that the larger the setback line is, the less impact the solar farm has on home values?
Again, yeah, I think that is a reasonable expectation, but at the same time, the landscaping screening being missing from part of that analysis is also a factor.
You cite University of Rhode Island in 2023. Now, that study found the depreciation of homes within a half mile of a solar farm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how much was that depreciation?
They found impact from 1.5 to 3.6%.
Okay. And do you recall how many homes they studied?
I do not.
And was this study driven by agricultural land?
Yeah, they did look specifically at agricultural land.
Okay. The Georgia Tech study in 2020, you cite that to support your conclusion of no impact on adjoining agricultural property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you read that entire study?
I was actually an advisor on that study.
Okay, and so you're aware that that study only reviewed 5 megawatt solar farms?
That was the predominant megawatt size in North Carolina at that time, yes.
And the author of that study recommended future research on solar farm intensity, size, and size to determine the effect by size, correct?
Again, yes, but she also concluded on no impact on property value.
Well, the way I read that, she analyzed it, specifically found an 8.7% decrease in property values of houses located within 1 mile of the solar farm. Wasn't that in there?
That is not what I don't know what you're referencing, actually.
Okay. And a 12.5% decrease within half a mile.
Again, the study I'm referencing only talks about agricultural land values. I'm not sure what you're referencing.
All right, thank you. The ECU master study by Zachary Dickerson, did that master's thesis support your conclusion?
It was neither here nor there. It did not really address property value, but I included it.
Okay, and did it look at sales or opinions?
It was just an opinion survey.
And if it's only opinions, is it credible or is it not?
Again, it's just there for additional information.
Okay. That ECU study, were you aware that those communities were mobile home parks?
Again, I did not put a lot of weight on it, and it does not address property value.
Okay. It had unpaved roads, police interaction, railroad tracks. Was all that documented in it?
Again, I put really no stock on that. It's just included.
Okay, you just included it.
It's just part of the research I pulled, so I included it. I looked at it.
The Lawrence Berkeley National Lab study, doesn't that document a negative 1.5% impact within a half mile?
It does.
Okay. And you had concerns with this study, correct?
Yes.
But that's Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. Did you give it the same weight you gave the master's thesis?
Again, I gave the master's thesis no weight, and I give this one, again, consideration. But 96% of the solar farms identified in the Berkeley study are 1 megawatt studies located in urban and suburban areas. As you can see on page 26, you can see the maps, and on pages 27, 28, you can see where I pulled out and identified the commercial and industrial buildings that surround those projects. They're just very different from what we're looking at in these projects in Kentucky.
Okay. The Loyola study, is it based on Zillow estimates?
As was the Berkeley study, yes.
But you've been critical of others who use Zillow estimates, correct?
Again, I think that Zillow has issues with it, especially even when I interview these reviewers. They agree that roughly 15% of the data from Zillow is inaccurate.
Did the Loyola
I'd
study?
also mention the
Go ahead.
I was just going to mention the Rhode Island study also used Zillow data.
Okay. And that Loyola study, did it note a price decrease from 2.2 to 8.6%?
Again, it identified a positive impact in proximity to solar projects.
I may have read it wrong. I thought that it indicated that the largest impact was in less dense, less developed land. Is that an incorrect reading?
I believe that's an incorrect reading. It is worded confusingly, but I interviewed Saming Hao, and he goes by Samson now, I guess, but he confirmed that they found positive impacts.
And now, you mentioned that you contacted some Kentucky property valuation administrators. Am I reading correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And how many did you speak to?
Again, we sent out by email to every county in Kentucky. We looked at the responses that we got. We sent out essentially three times. We reached out to each one of them. And the list that's shown on page 32 summarizes the responses that we got. We excluded any references from counties where they said they don't have any solar and they don't have any proposed solar. It just wouldn't be usable data at that point. So the list here might not include everyone who responded, but many who responded said they had no solar.
Are you aware whether or not PVAs, in doing their job, consider specific detrimental conditions in reaching the fair cash value?
Again, we asked them if they had seen any and if they were addressing any. So typically, yes, that is something that they would be doing, but I have no specific information about the Kentucky PVA.
So you didn't review the finance cabinet's directives to them about how they're supposed to do their job?
No, I just asked them, are they doing anything?
And so you're not aware that location does not factor into PVA analysis?
Again, I simply asked them, are they making adjustments for that? And if so, on what basis?
I want to talk about your Kentucky projects. What was the average size of the Kentucky projects?
Are you talking about page 34?
Yes, the Kentucky projects that you list on page 34.
About 94.9 megawatts.
Okay. And what was the largest one in Kentucky you studied?
250.
what did you do to study the location or the factors that pre-existed the construction of the solar farm at those locations? Was it next to a shopping center or next to a existing industrial plant?
For every one of these, you can see, say, on page 35 for Bowling Green Solar, you can see where we've pulled up the GIS information. We've numbered every adjoining parcel. We make, it's not all shown in here, but we make a long Excel sheet similar to what we did for the adjoining uses at the subject property for this project. Well, we just identify every parcel, the owner, the acreage, the use, and that's how we generate that adjoining use breakdown that's shown at the bottom of page 35, whether there's adjoining residential, agricultural, and industrial. So it's a summary of all those. Just all that information is in our files. But a summary of some of that is, again, shown on page 34, where you can see the average distances to homes, the closest home, and the breakdown of adjoining uses by acre.
Okay. And looking on page 34 of your report, the 250 megawatt output that you're referring to is Lost City in Muhlenberg County. Is that right?
Yes.
Not another, there's a 240 megawatt in Ballard County.
Yes.
But Lost City's not there yet, right?
No, it is obviously not there.
Okay. So you are telling us you considered competing detrimental factors.
Yes.
In your report, you described the surroundings of each home.
Again, we show the surroundings of each project and the home that's being involved. Yes.
So you have the surroundings, the address. Right?
Yes.
So you're telling us that you looked at specifically each home that you reference.
We looked at them all through online information. I did not visit each of the houses, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Now, some of these specific ones, Walton is 2 megawatts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that the distance between the home and the farm, there were 2 wooded areas, and that the home was close to a junkyard and industrial plant?
Yes, you can see that on the aerial there on page 67.
So it already had some negative factors.
Well, again, the solar farm separates that junkyard from the property. Is that correct? I mean, that's what I'm seeing, I should say.
Okay. And Turkey Creek is 50 megawatts.
And also, I would just point out again, on Walton 2, we did a sale-resale analysis on that one, which means that any potential impacts from that junkyard would have been factored into both the before and the after. So we're really measuring just if the solar had any impact on that. And I'm sorry, what was what?
All right, let's talk
Sorry,
about Turkey Creek. That's 50 megawatts.
Yes?
And you found the sale shortly after the announcement, right?
Perhaps. Which one are you referencing?
Turkey Creek in Lancaster, Kentucky.
Yeah, which property I mean, again, I've got a long list of sales that I looked at there.
All right, well, there was a home that, you remember the home that was sold shortly after the solar farm was announced?
Again, which paragraph are you pointing to? I've got, like,
Well, let's talk about 239
I'll find it in
Ashlock
a second.
Road. Can you find that one?
there, got it, yes.
Okay. And what did that home sell for?
It sold for $329,900,
And what was the square feet?
$206.19 a square foot.
Did you find any comparable sales?
I did.
Where,
I looked at the Bethany 126 Bethany Trace, sold for $300,000 for a 1,385 square foot home, which is about $216 a square foot, 216.61.
and that 126 Bethany, was it larger or smaller than 239 Ashlock?
It's smaller.
Okay.
It's also in a smaller lot.
But it wasn't in the same proximity to the solar farm, but sold for a higher value.
It sold for a lower value, but a higher price per square foot, which is that's what you would expect when you have a smaller home. A smaller home sells for more per square foot than a comparable home that is a little bigger. Again, that is just normal in all real estate.
So it sold for a higher price, but have you indicated that you wouldn't rely on this sort of data in other instances?
I didn't rely on it heavily because I only had one comp to compare it to.
Now, in Russell Springs, Kentucky, were homes selling for less than the FHFA price index for the area?
Yes, it did.
Okay. But it was within 5%, so you concluded it supported your opinion.
I did.
Okay. But in your report, you say it was difficult to complete the paired sales analysis for that. Why is that?
Again, just trying to find comparable sales. Sometimes with rural properties, it is hard to find nearby sales that are similar and sold in a similar time frame.
Okay.
The other reasons specifically on this one is that there were some other issues around there, which is why I prefer to use a sale-resale analysis, but you have other potential externalities, as you were asking about before. Those other potential externalities make it difficult to compare because even if you do find a negative impact, you have to ask, is it attributable to the solar project or is it attributable to that other external possibility?
That one didn't support your overall conclusion, correct?
No, it did.
Okay. And let's talk about Russellville. You identified a sale in December of 2021.
Okay.
And tell us about that sale.
Again, sold in December 2021. Again, the project began in 2023 and proposed to be completed its construction in hopefully by now. It says early 2025. But again, that 2021 sale you're talking about, we looked at that one. Had a pool that is noted as needing work, was otherwise in average condition. I spoke with a broker. He said that the proposed nearby solar farm had no impact on the sales price or the marketing of the home. So this is an example of one that we looked at before the project was built, but had been approved. So folks knew it was coming, and the broker still indicated it had no impact on property value.
Now that property had a $210,000 projected sale price, according to your report. Is that correct?
Yes, doing a sale resale, looking from a prior sale of that from 2008.
But it actually sold for less than that $210,000 projected price.
It did, but again, when you're doing a sale resale that covers a 13-year period, or once that gets too long, there are other properties or functions you have to be concerned with. So again, it showed a 6% shift, but let me break this down a little bit better. Sorry. We looked at a 2008 sale. We also looked at the 2016 sale, and then we looked at a 2021 sale. So we had multiple sales happening in there. But again, we were all fairly small shifts. We showed a 6% increase in value over the expected value when we looked at it from the greater distance. Adjusting each of these to the 2021 sale, we got two indications. One showed a negative impact, and one showed a positive impact. So again, it depends on which one you're looking at. If from one of those sales, we came in at an expected sales price of $174,000. From the other, we got an expected sales price of $210,000. So one was showing a positive impact, and one was showing a negative impact. But back to what the broker's comments were, is it had no impact. And we had an issue when you compare the 2008 to the 2016 sales. Those also would have been prior to the solar, but showed a significant shift there as well. So there was likely something going wrong with that one of those sales.
Now, those farms outside Kentucky, is there anything included in your report that shows decreased value of adjoining properties?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay. You list some comparables or match pair analysis outside of Kentucky. Did any of those that you reviewed show decreased value?
I'm certain some of them do show a negative. I don't know specifically which ones off the top of my head.
And
But we have a range of findings. Let me see.
And those outside Kentucky, you've already told us you spoke to some brokers.
So to answer your former question, on page 127, 128, you can see the breakdown of the 47 matched pairs that we identified. We have some impacts showing a -7 up to a -7% impact on property values, and we also have all the way up to +12% impacts. The average shows a +1% impact. The median shows 0% impact. That's from the matched pair analysis. On the resale analysis, which are the ones that rely on did the exact same home before the solar project and appreciate at the same rate that you would expect after the project, that showed a range of -5% up to +15%, with an average of +3% and a median of +2%. So we have examples of negatives, but we have more examples of positives, and they all kind of hover within that plus or minus, 0 to 3%.
But isn't it true that your study's not in depth enough to know what other properties are selling for in that same community that are 5-10 miles away?
Again, the paired sales analysis is done according to industry standards and has been well accepted by other. Again, these reports are reviewed by other MAIs, and other MAIs testify off of my reports regularly. So again, the methodology is sound.
Did you review the zoning of those areas where these properties are located?
Again, we identify the adjoining uses and the mix of adjoining uses for each of these.
So you're aware that the Kokomo, Indiana zoning was high intensity industrial or heavy manufacturing?
Yeah, there's industrial uses right there, yes.
Yeah, and that's not disclosed in your report.
Again, we show that there is a mix of industrial uses. You can see it in the summary of the solar projects.
Did you conduct an analysis for each solar plant, or just rely on brokers?
Again, in every one, we did the sales, either the match pair or the sale resale analysis ourselves, and we talked to the brokers as part of that process to confirm if there's something else going on. Sometimes when you talk to a broker, they'll tell you, yeah, I mean, the place was fine, but, you know, it looked like a college dorm inside. I mean, it just didn't show very well. I mean, we need to know factors like that.
In your report, you indicate that topography can impact visibility, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe the topography of the proposed Lost City project?
I have that information in my file. I don't have it specifically in the report. The way we address topography is we look at the high-low on the topographic lines and measure that distance, and we just rate it based on the shift in distance over, you know, the total acreage. So if we measure the low end is at, you know, 1 point, then we measure it up, and so it's showing a, say, a 70-foot fall, we would look across that. But we've got a breakdown of similar topo differences in all the comps we looked at. And we found a pretty wide range on what's considered acceptable. You can see on page 130 of the report where we list the topo shift on each of those projects. And we were showing projects as much as a 160-foot shift across a property, showing no impact. And further, there's lots of photos, specifically in looking at Crittenden and a couple others, but you can see the rolling terrain on the adjoining properties next to those comparables.
But your only factor of concern in this report is appearance.
I believe that is the main consideration, and you address appearance through distance and landscaping.
Well, and so the more rolling the terrain is, the more difficult it's going to be to landscape it and protect the view of the adjoining landowners.
Yes, and that's where distance helps.
Distance helps, thank you. Now you indicate that solar farm, we talked about this, no potential hazardous waste byproducts. What's the basis for that?
Again, the white papers that I noted earlier, as well as the EPA findings.
Okay.
I believe they use something called a T-clip test, which I'm sure there's another expert here who could explain that much better than I could.
Now, you also indicate that noise is no impact, but what's the difference between the noise of a 250 megawatt plant and a 2 megawatt plant?
Again, I'm not the sound expert. I rely on their information, but also having visited hundreds of different solar project sites, there's no noise coming off of these that I am concerned with, and I have yet to hear a noise study expert suggest otherwise. But again, I believe you probably have a noise study that you can refer to here.
Are you familiar with the term heat island?
I am.
What did the study say about the increase in the heat from the solar panels? Again,
this is not my area of expertise, but what the experts tell me is that it's a very localized effect. It dissipates very rapidly and has no impact on surrounding areas.
You reviewed any studies about soil alteration?
Again, I've talked with soil experts about that, but I have not read any studies specific to that. And again, there is some information along those lines in those white papers through the North Carolina State University. I'd refer you to that. But furthermore, the American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers, they advocate the solar projects as a good way to put land into effectively conservation, leaving it fallow for the life of the project, and then they expect it to go back into production afterwards.
Are you aware that topsoil's removed to construct the project?
That is not industry standard. I know of one example off the top of my head where that happened, and that was actually a violation by the contractor, and the solar developer in that case had spent a lot of money trying to remediate and put it back. But no, that is retention and keeping all the topsoil in place is an important part of all these developments.
Now, you've said a lot of things several times about environmental impacts. Do you know what the panels are made of?
Primarily silicon, aluminum, and steel.
Okay. What about cadmium, telluride, silver, lead, and selenium? Are they in the panels?
Again, depends on what type of products being proposed for this location. Again, you're getting outside my area of expertise.
Okay. Thank you. Ask you about how many reports you've done. How many times have you prepared reports for Mr. Joshi?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Reports for Copperhead specifically. Did you tell me half a dozen?
That would be my guess. It might somewhere in that range.
Okay. And you're being compensated, correct?
Yes.
And what's the amount of your compensation?
Again, I got paid one amount for doing the analysis itself. I got paid to update it, and I'm getting paid to testify just for my time here today.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Staff?
Just a couple of questions, Chair. Hi, can you hear me, Ms. Kirkland?
Yes.
Okay. So I was curious, looking over the market appraisal studies that you list in your report and in the university studies. I was curious if you could identify what, in your opinion, are the highest value studies in each of those categories. And I believe the university starts on page 21 of your report, and the market analysis studies are just before that.
I would say of the university studies, the Berkeley study and the Loyola study are I would say those are the two that are most valuable from my standpoint. Despite the fact that they come up with slightly different conclusions, they both have a lot of research in them and provide credible data. The Loyola study, they also point to some of the information in the Berkeley study. And again, they kind of, in their study, they do a critique of it. But again, they chose the range of, a small minus to a small positive, which is very consistent with the data that I've got. As far as the appraisal studies that I've looked at, let me find those so I can look at those quickly. I know that the one by Bill Sapio out of New Jersey was a very small analysis. He looked at one subdivision near Princeton, New Jersey, where they were building new homes right next to an existing solar project. They were building $1 million plus homes 200 feet away from existing panels. Cone Resnick, they do a very good job. They do a lot of research, and it's much more statistical than the method I use, but it's still very valid and very strong. Christian Kalia's study, he largely surveyed, he did some independent research, but he's also surveyed a lot of other appraisers who are doing similar research all over the country, and which I found really illuminating. Again, the Fred Beck I discussed earlier, and it was really not based on strong data, and it was very early on. This was in 2013. There was not a lot of data to look at, but he didn't look at solar farms to come up with his conclusion. North Star, that one is the one I was just talking about, the Bill Sapio. So it was good, but very limited. Let's see. Again, obviously, I don't agree with the findings of Mary Clay. Kevin Meeks was good. And Michael Marouz, that's what I was trying to think of. I thought that was a very well done report.
And then one question about the university studies. There were 2 university studies from the University of Rhode Island, 2020, 2023. I believe you addressed those with Intervenor Council. I was just curious if you could elaborate on the 2023 study a little bit more.
Well, again, the Rhode Island studies, the first one that they did in 2020 came up with a conclusion of no statistical impact on property value in rural settings. And I interviewed, was it Corey Lang, I believe? Yeah, Corey Lang, the lead researcher on that. And then a few years later, they came out with the study that came up with the opposite conclusion. So I have not interviewed him since that updated report yet. That is on my to-do list. So I don't know much to say other than they've got a new way of looking at it that they've concluded on a negative impact. I've included it in the breakdown of the studies that I looked at. And again, it still follows largely within the plus or minus that we've been looking at all along as well. So no particular concerns with that, but I don't know that I can give you a lot of additional illumination on that 2023 one until I talk to Mr. Lang.
Got it. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Okay. So, Deputy Secretary Lyons.
No questions for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Hammock.
No questions for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. Judge McGee.
No questions for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Jessup, are you still with us?
He lost his feed and can't get back in. He texted me.
Oh, goodness. Well, if that happens again, let me know right away. But we're going to take a break in just a minute anyway. So we'll try to get him back in. Commissioner Regal, any questions? All right. I do have a few questions, if you can hear me, Mr. Kirkland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So one of the criteria that you discussed, in addition to hazardous materials, noise, traffic, odor, and appearance, was stigma. Describe for us what that means.
Stigma is typically related to adult-type establishments. It's not necessarily only associated with that, but it's just a certain amount of, we'll call it societal concern around that proximity. Again, we aren't finding a negative impact, so I definitely don't attribute any stigma associated with this. There could be an argument to say that stigma is a possibility here, but since we aren't finding a negative impact, we're not finding that. And also, just anecdotally, when we go to hearings, we hear people say all the time, they're all for solar, but not here. Or we're all for solar, but I don't want to see it. So again, generally speaking, solar has a very favorable connotation to it, except in certain contexts, and some folks reject to or object to where it might be cited in one in particular.
Yeah, that public perception, though, can vary from place to place. Would you agree?
Sure. And again, the breakdown on the externalities, as I said before, if we found a negative impact, we would be attributing it to one of those categories. But since we aren't finding a negative impact, there's nothing to attribute.
Yeah, and so you testify not just in Kentucky, and you live in North Carolina. North Carolina and Kentucky are very similar in some ways, but different in others. For instance, folks here don't have a negative perception of coal as a rule, but some people do have a negative perception of solar. You're not finding that in your studies?
Again, even interviewing the brokers involved there in the Kentucky area, we're not hearing anything about a negative impact on property value.
Okay.
The brokers who have actually sold homes next to solar projects are not seeing a negative impact.
Okay. And I mean, the perception of solar as a concept, as something that makes you happy to see it or makes you sad to see it, would you agree that varies as well from place to place?
Well, it varies by person to person, but again, market values are based on sort of the accumulation of all those different views. I mean, some people would love to live out, in a very rural setting, obviously, and some people would never live there. It doesn't mean that one is better or more valuable than the other. It just matters on people's choices when they vote with their dollars when they buy, and that's what we measure.
Okay. So you talked about one sale that you found had the highest impact you saw was a negative 5% impact. And is that the property where you were saying there was no landscaping screen at all and it was within 100 feet?
That was from the Texas study that we were referencing, where there was no specific sale that was identified by. It was
Okay.
a survey put out to appraisers and assessors across the country. It's not a very good study. I was involved with that early. I advised the grad students who were working on that survey. But the problem is that they had such a low response rate on that survey. I forget how low the number of responses were, but it's just not terribly useful, especially given how many of the people who did respond specifically said they'd never appraised anything next to a solar project.
Okay.
I include it just because opponents bring it up a lot, but I do not put a lot of weight on that study.
Yeah. In your cross-examination by the interveners, you said that you didn't visit each house. You looked at them through information that was available online. Did you make any visits to the area in person?
I did not.
All right. Anything further, Commissioner Evans? Redirect?
Just a few questions. Mr. Kirkland, Todd Osterloh here. Just a few questions for you. Are you aware that the siting board retained an independent consultant to review your study?
I believe they always do that.
Okay, and the report that has been filed in the record is by someone named Clark Tolman, based out of Lexington, Kentucky. Do you know Mr. Tolman?
I do not.
Okay. On his, in the information, he has a designation MAI, which I believe that you've referenced before in response to cross-examination. Are you familiar with what that designation is?
I am.
Can you describe to the board what that is?
Sure. It's the same designation that I have. It's the highest credentials that the Appraisal Institute offers. It's the commercial highest designation for a lot of advanced studies, peer review processes, and it takes a minimum of 5 years to achieve additional studies, but some folks take over a decade to achieve that. Again, my son right now is just now finishing up his MAI, so we're very familiar with the process, and I'm also a mentor for the Appraisal Institute to help people get their MAI designation, so I help people do that all the time.
Okay. I'd like to read a sentence where, at least I interpret Mr. Tolman, to summarize your report and see if you agree with that. He states, quote, "The report includes a review of current published studies on property value impacts associated with solar projects, paired sales analysis of solar projects in Kentucky and adjoining states, ranging in size from 2.7 to 617 megawatts, with data from 74 national solar projects, and interviews with real estate professionals and real property assessors." Mr. Kirkland, does that statement seem accurate to you?
It does.
And are you aware of what Mr. Tolman's conclusions were in reviewing your report?
I am not.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. And recross, Mr. Jones?
No, Madam Chairman.
All right, then. I'm going to take just a 15-minute break. We're going to figure out.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Ted Jessup just Ted Jessup just showed up at my office. He has a question for him, if that'd
Oh,
be okay.
yes, Mr. Jessup. And we're gonna, I'm taking a break right now mainly to figure out how we get you reconnected. But I'm glad you've joined Judge McGee, and please ask your question.
We were just a 20-minute drive away, so when I couldn't get back on, I decided to come this way.
I'm so sorry.
My main question, that's okay. My main question, and I realize we're going to get into an environmental study later, but because you seem to have so much experience with these, my question is, on the decommissioning side, have you been part of or seen any project of this size decommissioned?
I'm not aware of any project this size being decommissioned. I'm aware of some sample decommissioning that has kind of been done on smaller areas, and just a proof of concept that was done. I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was, somewhere in the Indiana area, but I'm not going to swear to that. But yes, I'm aware that they have tested a few theories, but I don't know anything beyond that. I don't believe any of these have been decommissioned.
Okay, no sense asking further questions then. Thank you.
Is that all the questions you have, Mr. Jessup?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Read cross by anyone? Okay. So I'm going to take a break, and Mr. Jessup, are you okay with staying there for the rest of the day, or do we need to fix your connection so that you can go back to where you were comfortable?
If the judge is willing to host me, I'll stick around. I did have all the other documents pulled up on my computer, so if you can get me fixed, I may go back to my office where I can pull those environmental reports up if we're going to deal with those later.
Okay. Someone from my staff has your telephone number, I'm sure, so we will contact you. I don't have it. Are you comfortable saying it right now?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep, it is.
Thank you very much for that, and we're going to get right in touch with you just to make sure we can get you reconnected. And with that, I'm going to take a 15-minute break.
Madam Chair, can Mr. Kirkland be excused, please?
Oh, yes.
Thank
Mr. Kirkland, you may be excused, sir, unless there's any objection.
No objection.
All right, you're excused, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, 15-minute break. So we'll be back just right at 11. in case number 2024-00406. And at this time, we will move into the public comment portion of our hearing. As I've said earlier, the interveners are now parties rather than public for purposes of public comment. And so at this time, anyone who is wishing to provide public comment may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. And written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. And please let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comment have been posted on our website for at least the past day. Council, have we received any requests for online public comment?
We have not.
Okay. All right. So I understand that in any case, proposing construction of a project like this, there's always going to be strong opinions and feelings. When we were in Muhlenberg County for public comment, we noticed that they were some of the most civil and, thoughtful public comments, and there were strong emotions on both sides. That your area is definitely to be commended for the very civil way that was carried on, and we noticed and appreciated the very thoughtful way that you did that. So I'll ask that we continue today to be respectful of one another, the way you've already proven that Muhlenberg County and surrounding area folks know how to be. So. I'll also ask that everyone be mindful and respectful of the time limit. There's going to be a 7-minute time limit for discussion, and so that it's just going to be folks coming up to the microphone. We're not going to interact or argue. We're just going to let people speak for their allotted portion of time that they're allowed to speak. And again, we're here to listen. We're not going to respond back either when people come up to do their public comment. So, with that said, we don't have a sign-up list that I've been provided this time, so we'll just let people do first come, first serve, and come right up to the microphone if you're here in the courtroom or if you're in the adjoining overflow area and wish to give public comment at this time. Just the first one who wants to step up to the microphone, and we have people coming from each side, so. Okay. And before you start talking, tell us your full name and address, and then I'm going to start a timer.
My name is Delaney Cobb.
All right, and your address, please.
2687 Forgy Mill Road.
All right, go right ahead.
Hi, I'm a blueberry farmer and depend on pollinators for my crop. In this initial phase of site development necessitates clearing activities, which will have significant environmental impacts. 1,400 acres and 880 acres of trees that take carbon and turn it into oxygen for us and the wildlife will have a huge impact on our air quality and ecosystems. If you are replacing trees with large solar panels, concrete, wires, and very small amount of ground cover, what will happen to all of that? Studies have shown an increase in temperatures in areas where solar projects have been established, which affects not only our ecosystems, but our microecosystems. The ongoing clearing and construction activities risk destroying vital habitats for local wildlife. Our site is home to various endangered species, including bats and fish. It is imperative that we take all necessary precautions to protect these vulnerable populations. It will displace millions of species and wildlife that call the area home, as well as hibernating species such as foxes, squirrels, and many more. We have 2 bald eagles that have been seen by many residents that reside in the area. They represent freedom, and don't get me wrong, I love freedom. People have the freedom to do what they want with their personal property, but we have specific areas for this type of industrialization in our county better suited. Rural communities are not the place for them. My favorite saying is, with great power comes great responsibility, and it is our responsibility to protect as much wildlife as we can and as many trees as we can. This place has millions of habitats and millions of animals, millions of species of bugs and microecosystems, a cycle of life that helps us stay alive Should we destroy all of these things for a little bit of extra solar power that could be placed on buildings or better sites where there's life, where there's less wildlife? Would you consider that responsibility? We have been told by the solar company and correspondent hired by the solar company that keep telling us how this is going to happen, and they keep saying that we can't stop progress. But what progress are we making? Is it going to put food on my table? Is it going to help me breathe better? Is it going to provide our wildlife and community with a better quality of life? I've heard money talks, and it may talk, but I know one thing for sure. I can't eat it, and I can't inhale it, and it doesn't help my body to live and thrive. When we chose Dunmore and Penrod for expanding my farm, we chose it so we may live with nature, not against it. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Okay, then whoever wanted to go next.
Hello,
Full name and address, please.
Joseph Anthony Pittman. We are out of 1245 Dirt Lane, Louisville, Kentucky. I'm a carpenter's representative for carpenters around Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically why I came here is I want to say we're pro-infrastructure. We are pro putting local people to work. Projects like this put forth a good effort to put local domicile work because we want to see local license plates in these jobs. And like I said, I represent people from Kentucky and in these areas where these solar projects are going. It's a very rural area and there's not tons and tons of work that are in these areas. A lot of people have to go to these different areas that have a lot of work. And we want to see these kids that graduate from high school have an opportunity to get into the trades, and this is a very good opportunity for them to get into the trades. Plum Level Square, that's what we're about. So, like I said, I wanted to keep it brief, but yeah, we're pro-infrastructure, and I think a project like this set forth a great opportunity to get into the trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Come right ahead. Tell us your full name and address.
My name is Robert Aiken. I live at 262 Creason Lane, Greensburg, Kentucky. I appreciate the time to speak here today to the commission on behalf of the completion of the Lost City Solar Project. I work for Kentucky LESIT, which is a Kentucky Laborers, Employers Cooperation Education Trust Fund. We represent almost 400 employers throughout the state and region and 7 local unions of the Lagunas International Union of North America. So we're in favor of this project for economic reasons, to create jobs and opportunity for the people of Muhlenberg County, not only today but in the future. The jobs that we create are mostly through apprenticeship and training. When we go into community to put a project up, we use initiatives called Local Jobs for Local Workers, where we work with the community to recruit youth and adults into the construction industry. When this project is completed, I know many people say there's no jobs, there's few jobs. These are careers. This building was built by 150 to 200 people probably over a period of time. They're gone. They went to another job. But I know today we're in this room due to the fact that you're remodeling another room. This is the same in any industry and anything you do. Today is not permanent. This room will be painted. 20% of these light bulbs will fail over the next 5 years. The carpet will out, the infrastructure with the data and stuff will upgrade. So there's continuing jobs in any type of project. So that's what we established by training people through apprenticeship and stuff to have careers. Once this project is completed, some of the maintenance, some of the people will move from the construction phase of it to a maintenance phase, working in the plant there. The numbers, I can't tell you what that would be, but the people that are there working, they can take their skills and their certifications they've learned through the construction of this project and through apprenticeship and move into other counties, other areas, and bring those dollars back home to Muhlenberg County. For example, if 50 people come out of there in Muhlenberg County and decide to remain in the construction industry, that's $3.5 to $5 million a year coming into Muhlenberg County that costs no economic development to the state or the county. It's just trained people using the training and skill they have to work in other counties and stuff and bring those dollars back home. That's the story of my career. That's the way I did. I lived in Greene County. I worked in Louisville, Lexington, Bowling Green, and brought those dollars back home. I didn't relocate my family, so I paid taxes. for school taxes and boards, so it is a good economic development program. And we support that, and we'll work with every way we can in the community. Also, we've had, I know, reaction in the local community saying that, do you have an agreement? Do you have an agreement, this, that? Well, if nothing's built or going to be built, there is no agreement with anyone. So this is part of a process, and that's why we're speaking here. Many of these projects now that you all have reviewed or will be reviewing have tax credit additions due to the Inflation Reduction Act of 2017, 2022 passed by the 117th Congress. That gives tax incentives to build these projects, not only here but around the United States, clean energy projects. You know, Muhlenberg County has a long history of being an energy county and an energy producing county, but things change over time. Economics, viability of things. The Paradise Powerhouse is one of the largest powerhouses in this state. They don't burn coal there anymore, they use natural gas. So they're changing these things to for economic reasons more than just to try to get in another area. Economics drives everything. For the next 10 years, Kentucky is next 10 years, Kentucky is 5th out of the top 10 states for potential solar development. And that's not so much because we're such a perfect idea for us, because we've lagged behind these other states such as Arizona, Texas, Nevada, California in developing solar energies. Not only that, also states in the South and the East as well. So I think this is a very good opportunity to bring a modern technology to Muhlenberg County, continue to make it an energy producing county, and to create not only jobs for people that leave, but to create a viable source of electricity to pull more jobs, more industries into Muhlenberg County down the road. Thank you.
Come on in. Just 1 second. All right, tell us your full name and then your address, and then I'll start the timer.
Jacob Franklin, 1501 Helmbridge Court, Louisville, Kentucky. I'm a business representative for the Millwrights from the Central Midwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm just touching base on the opportunities that a project like this could bring to the local labor market and the individuals in it. Myself, I'm from a very rural area in southern Indiana originally. The Millwrights and Carpenters had an opportunity on a major project in Louisville that I traveled to. It was about an hour or so away. That opportunity allowed me to get into an apprenticeship program. It's allowed me to build a retirement, a career, an opportunity, and different doors and opportunities. And this project alone will bring a lot of different opportunities and doors to individuals in that local community where, by all means, you're from a blue-collar background, whether you're farms or maybe myself on my dairy farm where didn't really have a lot of options going into it, where in my area there wasn't anything. A large project that came to our area that was near my home allowed me to join the trades, get an apprenticeship, a skill set that's allowed me to grow along with my fellow brothers and sisters in our union. I'm just touching base that a project like this, solar in general, is an industry that is coming into America, and I would like to see an issue where people that are building these solar farms are people in the local area. And this would be a great opportunity to grow that area and that workforce. With over 200 members in the Muhlenberg and surrounding counties, it's a great opportunity to put them to work along with joining other people in that rank and file that have an opportunity to grow into different industries and trades among. But that's really all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, full name and address, and then you may begin.
Sure. Erin Groves, 438 State Route 949, Dunmore. I'm apologize for my voice. Got some allergies, so.
Okay.
I actually have two statements. My first one is going to be maybe regarding the union and the union workers. We of course want them to be employed. We want people to have jobs. But this job here is going to be temporary. It's going to be short term. And these gentlemen speaking aren't even from Muhlenberg County. They're not local people. And this is going to have a short-term effect on them. It's going to last couple months, 6 months, 12 months, whatever it is, and then they're gonna go on somewhere else. But it's gonna affect us forever, at least the next 30 years, and who knows beyond that. This complex could be moved to a non-residential area, and they could still learn the same trades and the same skills that they're saying that they would learn at this complex. My other statement is more geared towards just the local infrastructure, especially the roads out near where the complex is proposed, Highway 431, Highway 949, Forgy Mill Road, and Mason Pointer Road. These roads are narrow rural routes that were never designed to accommodate heavy commercial or industrial traffic. In many areas, the roads are barely wide enough for 2 average-sized vehicles to pass each other safely. One such road they intend to use is Forgy Mill Road, which only measures 14 to 17 feet wide, and another, Mason Pointer, is only 11 to 12 feet wide. An engineer for the State Road Department has said that a normal rural 2-lane road is 20 feet wide with a 1 to 2 foot shoulder. Both of these roads lack width to even be considered a 2-lane road. A typical semi-truck is 8.5 feet wide, and a pickup truck, including mirrors, is 7 feet wide. This is 15 feet of vehicles traveling down roads that are at the very best 17 feet wide, and at the worst 11 feet wide. The introduction of a large construction vehicles, transport trucks, and long-term maintenance traffic associated with the solar farm would overwhelm these roads and create dangerous conditions for residents, school buses, and emergency responders. The county's limited road maintenance capacity has already been tested. A few months ago, due to poor road infrastructure, a portion of Highway 431 collapsed, and the road was shut down for 2 months. The surrounding side roads, already in poor condition, being narrow with no shoulders or center lines and some places gravel, were not capable of handling the diverted traffic, causing congestion, safety concerns, and added strain on already fragile infrastructure. Law enforcement and the road department had to step in to stop commercial vehicles from traveling down these detours because some couldn't manage the tight curves and narrow roads. Local residents were confronted with taking a ditch to avoid these larger vehicles that shouldn't have been on the roads. Muhlenberg County does not always have adequate funding, equipment, or personnel needed to upgrade and sustain these roads under the increased weight and volume of industrial solar farm traffic. Continuing this project without addressing the infrastructure limitations would not only create a public safety hazard, but also impose an unfair burden on local taxpayers. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the PSC to reject the proposed solar farm project in Dunmore. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there, give us your full name and address, and then you'll have 7 minutes.
Sure, my name is Mara Cobb, and my address is 2687 Forgy Mill Road in Dunmore. So tomorrow will make 8 months when I first heard the name Lost City Solar. This came not in an official mailer, a notice, or a press release, but through Facebook and a short notice stating the company planned a project that would encompass 1,300 acres of prime farmland. There was a phone number on the Facebook post to call for more information. Not that it helps. No matter if you call at 9 a.m., noon, or 9 p.m., you can never speak to a real person to get real answers. Prior to October 14th, I thought solar arrays were found on open, flat ground, not on wooded hills that are surrounded by homes. Before the meeting, my family spoke to many of our neighbors. Some were just as surprised as we were. A solar project a quarter mile from them, they hadn't heard of it. Others were stunned that my family hadn't heard of it, though we hadn't signed up to let the transmission lines run across our property. Conversations with more than one Penrod and Dunmore resident unveiled that the major landowner and a local attorney, who is also the landowner's business partner in an LLC called Green River Renewables, were among those persuading the community to sign over portions of their land, using phrases and tactics like done deal, and this is happening one way or another. I feel that these people were specifically targeted due to their age and their economic stability, and more than one person has since expressed regret, stating they feel foolish for signing over their land so easily. Despite the minimal notice of a public meeting on October 29th, hundreds packed the rural Penrod Church to hear what Lost City representatives Sean Joshi and Marty Marcheterre had to say. Signs were placed around the church's fellowship hall, and while mingling, I could hear many insightful questions. What are the numerous wetlands on the property? What are the cemeteries, both on the proposed site and just nearby? What if the displacement of your deer, coyotes, squirrels, rabbits, and the eagles, which are often seen in Penrod? What about the increased traffic on roadways where one must already pull to the side or slow to an almost stop to meet another car? I didn't hear any answers from the company, only empty assurances that the project would not harm us. But there was harm for those in attendance who only discovered that evening that their homes would be surrounded by solar panels on 2 or 3 sides. There was harm for those who were scared for what would happen to them if they met a large truck on the narrow, curvy roads. There is harm for those neighbors who had already leased their land or agreed to a transmission line on their property, thinking that is what had to be done. There's still harm to be done if this project comes to fruition, for the kids who play on our rural roads and for the farmer driving his tractor up and down, for those with severe health issues nearby who have been told by their doctors that being exposed to the EMFs involved with a solar field could mean worsened health issues and that this project quite literally has the potential to be life or death. After October 29th, Lost City Solar went away again. No communication, no updates, just a website filled with discrepancies and misinformation. They promised a second town hall style community meeting complete with mailers provided ahead of time to every single resident in Muhlenberg County. So as the months slipped by, 2024 went into 2025 with no updates. Any attempts to call Lost City earned a callback from Galen Sperlin, the community liaison hired by Lost City, believing the community will believe him and his promises because he was involved in Muhlenberg County's politics for years prior. On the phone, it was always the same. They're working on a next meeting, they're busy, maybe next month. Always, there were maybes. In the end of April, the communities learned of the promised second meeting, not because the promised mailers, those never came. Instead, a small public notice was given in the newspaper. But the meeting was not in Dunmore or Penrod. It was held 25 minutes from the communities it would affect. And it was on a Monday at 10 to 11, 1 hour, 60 minutes. That was all they were offering those who had to take off work and drive nearly an hour round trip to be there. Once there, more promises are broken. The promised town hall style meeting never happened. Instead, everyone was encouraged to take a note card and write down any questions. A paid moderator was there to field questions, and only the ones he wanted to answer were selected from the dozens of questions submitted. As he bounced easy questions to Sean Joshi, Marty Marcheter, and Shane Kelly, it was more of the same. Lots of maybes, don't knows, and more studies to come. A 15-minute presentation about the benefits of the project left 45 minutes for questions. Not enough time, and the moderator quickly shut down one gentleman who asked if we couldn't have more of their time to get through the other questions. We were promised any unanswered questions would be uploaded and posted to the Lost City website, but nearly 6 weeks later, that's not there. Lost City Solar project manager, Mr. Sean Joshi, has said time and time again they want to be good neighbors. But if this is the kind of neighbor they already are, so early into this process, what will that look like 6 months from now, 2 years from now? Just yesterday, Lost City made a motion to keep our county judge executive from taking part in these proceedings. Is being a good neighbor excluding elected officials? I think not. Not to mention this position was appointed by our governor. Who is Lost City to say that decision is wrong? Just yesterday, Lost City also made a motion to keep interveners from speaking during today's public comment section. Is it truly being a good neighbor if you're attempting to silence a whole community's voice, the one of the very community you're attempting to come into? Elliott Engineering stated it is not practical to have a 1,000-foot setback, yet counties all around us have enforced that state regulation, and we are asking the PSC to do the same. While I'm not opposed to solar, I'm pro-responsible solar. Bringing this large-scale solar facility into the rural communities of Dunmore and Penrod, displacing countless animals, and allowing increased traffic on our already rural roads is anything but responsible. Mr. Joshi himself, in an October 29th radio interview, called this project a power plant before he switched the language to solar farm. But he had it exactly right. This project is a power plant, and the neighborhoods of Dunmore and Penrod did not choose to live beside a power plant. They chose to live where they do for a reason, the rural environment. I've seen plenty of harm already coming from this company, and this harm is far-reaching for the 111 residences adjoining the proposed site and for the numerous other homes and farms just beyond that. Additionally, since no decommissioning has been done on a project of this scale, that is a concern. In 30 years, who will be here to decommission this project? Likely not the people here from Lost City today. This will be a problem in the future for me, my sisters, and the generations to come for the young people of Dunmore and Penrod. For the interveners and the public here today, sleep has been lost, days off from work have had to be taken, and mental health issues from the stress of what life could be like if this project is allowed to happen has affected everyone. Everyone who has taken their time to make the 3-hour drive to be here today is here because they want to be, not because they're paid to be. No money here stands to be made whatsoever for these concerned citizens. And it's not because they have to be, it's because they care. Despite the secrets and the deceptions from Lost City, Dunmore and Penrod have come together, as you can see both in the people before you today and in those people back home who are anxiously waiting for updates, hoping that our way of life can be preserved for generations to come. Thank you.
That was 12 seconds short of 7 minutes. Thank you. Who's some?
Hello, I'm also a Cobb. I'm Cassidy Cobb from 2687 Forey Mill Road in Dunmore. So first I want to start off with good morning. I have a Bachelor's of Science in History and I'm actively pursuing my Master's in History. Given my background in history and my dedication to the historical field for the past decade, I have been honored with certificates and awards from Congress, the Kentucky House of Representatives, former Muhlenberg County Judge Executive Curtis McGee, DAR, SAR, DUVCW, and others. Because of this, I went ahead and examined the archaeological and cultural reviews that were provided by Cultural Resource Analyst, or CRA. As I looked through both of the surveys, I found them both to be irrelevant because only 1,300 acres were surveyed, not 1,413 acres. That's because the additional 113 acres were added after the surveys were completed. But instead of the company going back and doing their due diligence to ensure that all of the acreage was covered, they only submitted the 1,300 acre report. Because of that, the reviews omitted Hughes Cemetery. While all of the cemeteries that were surveyed are historically and culturally significant, Hughes Cemetery is especially so because it has about 150 burials. Find a Grave actually lists 159. The sign estimates that it dates back to 1833, and there are many 19th century stones throughout the cemetery. But what's also unique is that it's not just historic, it's also an active burial ground. 2 veterans were buried there in 2021, and the most recent individual was buried there in 2024. There are also numerous veteran burials dating back to the Civil War, World War I, World War II, and even soldiers who fought and served in times of peace. I looked at the maps, and Hughes Cemetery is only about 700 feet away from the additional 113-acre tract of land. Because of this and the lay of the land, it is very likely that view sheds would be impacted from the cemetery. And then, of course, there are noise impacts as well, both during construction and then when it was operational too, which is a concern not only for the past Dunmore and Penrod residents, but for those who are alive today, both people and also animals. I do feel like CRA did the best that they could on the archaeological review, but they were not using ground-penetrating radar. They did not use light detection and ranging, and they also did not dig test pits, all 3 of which are widely used in the archaeological fields today. Because of this, CRA admitted that they were following pre-2005 surveys, which they said may not have employed standards that meet State Historic Preservation Office standards. Even though they were following outdated standards, they still found 3 prehistoric flakes, and they mentioned that additional surveys would likely uncover more artifacts and a site, which of course indicates a Native American site. Even soil samples that CRA took suggest there could be, and this is their wording, deeply buried archaeological deposits. Now, of course, that's ancient history, but there's even more recent history than that. The 1,300 acres that were surveyed included a 150-plus-year-old railroad culvert that CRA said was an excellent example of an early railroad culvert. Now, of course, that's significant because Dunmore did serve as a railroad hub in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but it's also significant because it gives us a peek into the railroad boom that occurred as well. Because the 113 added acres were not studied and no modern archaeological methods were used on any of the acreage, it's imperative that a new study using modern methods, using GPR, LIDAR, and digging test pits be conducted on all 1,413 acres. And I give that opinion not as a Dunmore resident, but as a professional. I would give that opinion to anyone, no matter the state or the location. Even early Muhlenberg County historian Otto Rothert said in 1913 that there were Native American-built mounds outside of Greenville. The pictures that Rothert provided looked like small hills, which leads me to question, could the hills on this 1,413-acre tract of land also be Native American-built mounds? Could they even be burial mounds? Even if they weren't mounds, just say, what about the arrowheads? What about the flints? What about religious items, effigies, or even cloth items? Because the ground does act as preservation for cloth and paper. What about those being destroyed if such a project were allowed? That would be pieces of our history gone. I've actually spoken with numerous Dunmore and Penrod residents who have found arrowheads, flint, and Native American tools simply by walking around their properties, just like CRA found 3 prehistoric flakes, or also just by simply tilling their soil for planting gardens. Our community also had a petition to stop this particular solar facility due to its location in a residential area, within a wooded area, and also using agricultural land. And we gathered, just within about a month or two, 486 signatures from residents who understand the project's harmful effects. A lot of people call America a melting pot, but I always view it a little bit differently. I think we're a patchwork quilt, and it's our heritage that binds us all together. It's our heritage that creates that thread within the quilt, and we must protect history and our heritage in any ways that we can. And on an unrelated note to history, I do want to point out that I had analyzed Kirkland's review, and I had sent all of this, the archaeological review, cultural review, and my analysis of Kirkland's review in an email, along with my CV, so I hope you all have that as well. I'd sent it on Wednesday. But in my review, I had analyzed Kirkland's report, and today I noticed that he mentioned the Walton Solar Facility, and I do want to point out that the Walton Solar Facility that was referenced is already near a junkyard and in an industrial area. So I do want to point out that Dunmore and Penrod residents purposely chose to live in a rural area, so we value our way of life, which is why we chose to live where we did. At the very least, we are requesting that Lost City abide by the state-mandated 1,000-foot setback, but I honestly believe there have been enough evidence that this project should actually be denied based on its location and other factors. I do hope you all take the time to review my analysis. There was a lot of that I could not mention here for time's sake, but I do want to thank you all for your time and for your careful consideration.
Thank you. Sure.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, just one second. All right. Full name and address, and then
My name is Kyle McPherson. I reside at 141 Shelby Lane in Dunmore, Kentucky. I've been a resident there 46 years, my entire life. I just have a couple of things I want to address today with you all. Mr. Kirkland's report, his impact analysis, a lot of those things in there, we're not comparing apples to apples. I've heard states about North Carolina, Virginia, Indiana, all these different places, and every area in the country is unique. And we moved to this area. I've lived here all my life because it's where I wanted to be. If I wanted to live next to a industrial site, I would live next to one. And like I told you in our Muhlenberg County meeting, if people wanted to live next to big power plants like that, they'd be a lot of subdivisions out close to Paradise at TVA out there, but as you know, there are not. But anyway, a lot of those things that he said, he even told himself that he didn't visit the site. And how can you do an analysis from just not visiting sites and seeing places and interacting with people there and doing things. Also, I think it was Stantec done the visibility model assumption that we had on property. And a lot of those properties, there was not any address here. I went and took some pictures yesterday, and this is a property on 9196 US Highway 431 South. Okay, this is right on 431, if everyone can see that. This is the front view of his house, okay? And this is a house that hasn't showed up on any research that's been done about the property being, the solar farm being away from it. This is walking up his driveway next to the side of his house. As you can see, a cornfield in the back there, if everybody can see that, okay? And this third picture here is from his back porch that he just finished building. And you see all that open area behind it? That's where the solar farm is going to be. Nobody has addressed his visual impact of what he's going to see. He spent the last 7 years clearing out that old piece of property on the back of his property so he could see up through there and have some place to sit, because the other side's 431. Nobody has addressed that. Nobody visited the site. Nobody went there. Nobody looked at it. Nobody said, hey, is this guy going to be impacted by the visual stuff? We use satellite imagery and all these fancy terms that I don't understand to talk about things that we see from a satellite. And you can see things from a satellite, but you can't see other things, like all the trees that are up above that. He's cut all that stuff out so he can see that, so he can sit on his porch, so he can sit in his house and look out his window and be able to see those things that are there, and to be able to incorporate and live in a life that he doesn't have to, be up next to that stuff. There's also property at 1210 State Route 949 in Penrod that in the wintertime, when the leaves are off, you will have a clear view of this solar farm. That property was not assessed as having a visual impact whatsoever to that property. And then I want to address a couple of issues with the roads in that area. 40 Mill Road I've lived on 46 years of my life. There's probably not a person in this room that's traveled it any more than I have, because I've done a lot of running when I got my driver's license. I thought the tires had to be burned off with stuff. But this is a box truck about a month ago on 40 Mill Road. This is a box truck this is a mail truck that come through. He turned and went the wrong direction, tried to avoid 431. And then this box truck, he traveled about 45 miles an hour away out this road, and it was all I could do to keep up with him. And he traveled, this is just on the other side of Jockey Holler. You can see that if another car meets him, there's going to have trouble passing him, especially in the trucks like that are going to be coming to this site, delivering stuff. This is the same truck on the opposite side of Jockey Holler. You can see there that there's not a whole lot of room to be able to get around this vehicle where he's coming down the road. And then this is the one here when he first turned on the road here, not when he turned on the road, but about a mile into the road. This is him meeting a car, and this is what cars do on 40 Mill Road when you meet somebody. You get off the road. Just happened to be in this place right here that this person could get off the road. Excuse me. This person could get off the road to avoid this big, huge box truck that you don't see on that road, and they were able to get out of the way. That is not a two-lane. It's a two-lane road, but if you meet somebody at 35 or 45 miles an hour, your pucker string gets a little tight when you meet them. If I can phrase that any better. That being said, these box trucks and stuff that are going to be flying out through there is going to be an issue for people in that area. My kids that ride that road. My son, who probably against issues he shouldn't do, rides that road on a four-wheeler every once in a while, but he shouldn't be out there. But anyway, also we're going to have issues with wildlife that they say it's not going to affect on that property. There's a video floating around of that property, and I think Mr. Johns is going to submit it later for y'all to look at. That talks about how much wildlife's on that property that they're going to cut all these trees on, and they're going to put a fence from 949 to 40 Mill Road, and that's going to impede any wildlife traveling back and forth across there that travel through there now. And we have to also remember that Lost City Solar doesn't have a successful operation, and we can already see they're taking shortcuts to get around this piece of property here that nobody assessed what he's going to look like. They've used satellite imagery, and so if they're going to take shortcuts now, or they're not going to take shortcuts in the future if it comes down to money or putting in the time and effort to do it. At the end of the day, the people who live in this room, their largest investment they're ever going to make in their life is their home and their property. That's their value they have. Most of them don't have big funds that they can draw money out of. They have their home, and that's something they leave to their kids. That's something I may get from my parents someday when they pass away. That's the biggest investment they'll ever make. And if we don't keep this 1,000-foot setback away from other people's property lines, it's going to negatively impact Mr. Kirkland, and they can do all these assessments they want to do. But in this area of the world, this unique area, it will affect the value of people's property. It will affect their enjoyment of their property. It will affect how they live their life. Just like this gentleman here. He's going to look out at his back porch, and yeah, they might put up a fence, and they might put up trees. Then in 10 to 15 years, we're going to shade and cover the area that he spent so much time cleaning out, so he can just see that little piece of land there that he can watch wildlife and do things to do. But you have to understand that, you'll all know this, you've heard probably hundreds of these. You are the person who intercedes on our behalf. We cannot collectively stop this unless you step in and say, hey, you can build the solar plant, but you got to keep these 1,000-foot setbacks to protect other people's property and other people's land. You're the ones, you also protect the people who are trying to put in the solar farm, and you also have to protect us. At the end of the day, you're our voice. At the end of the day, you're the ones who have to say in what happens here, not us. We're here telling you how we feel, because this will negatively impact our area. The amount of traffic, the amount of people that come through, the amount of infrastructure, and we hear about tax dollars, tax dollars, tax dollars. The people of this area will get no benefit from this solar farm. No power is going to come here. It's all going to Logan County, just like when Logan County built their solar farm, it's going to Warren County. You know why they've done that? Because land in Logan County is cheaper than Warren County, and land in Muhlenberg County is cheaper than Logan County. That's the reason they do those things, because it's all about money at the end of the day. Don't let money stop us from enjoying our property, stop us from being safe and us traveling down our roads, stop our children from having to look at this, because if this comes in, it's not going to go away in 30 years. I'll never see a day in my life where I don't look at solar farms again. That's why I'll look everywhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else coming forward, but I'm making sure that people have time in case they were in the overflow room. I do want to thank everyone who made the trip to Frankfurt today to give us public comment. Okay, I'm going to give it another 60 seconds or so in case anybody is coming from overflow room or still weighing their decision to get up and talk.
If y'all would like to look at any pictures, I'll be glad you can have a look at it if you want to anytime, just let me know.
You can submit those to us too. You could scan them and still give email comments.
I have to get some help, I'm not
Yep.
good at that. That's why I brought them with me.
Yeah, you can get any teenager.
I got one that's playing ball.
All right. So I think I've given enough time for people to come forward. Reminder that you can always send an email to psc.comment@ky.gov, including photos if that's something you wanted to submit, because evidence will not close right away. Our decision is going to be made in July, so evidence will close maybe end of June. We'll discuss that at the end of the hearing about exactly what day evidence will close, but not for a while. So there's still time for that, and you can submit those comments on PSC's website at psc.ky.gov. All right, we'll move back into presentation of evidence, and Mr. Osterloh, you can call your next witness.
Thank you. Our next witness is Dr. Paul Coombs.
Hi, Mr. Coombs.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, you may lower your hand and Councilman Metz.
Thank you. Dr. Coombs, will you please state your full name for the record?
Paul Coombs, consulting economist.
Okay. In addition to being a consulting economist, are you also a professor emeritus from the University of Louisville?
That's right.
And what is your role with this project?
I was asked to estimate the local economic impact of the solar project, both the construction and the operations phase.
Okay, thanks. And if I can backtrack, what's your business address?
3604 Trail Ridge Road, Louisville 40241.
And you submitted a report you provided a report that was submitted with the application of this case, as well as updated in March of this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've also sponsored at least a couple responses to data requests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you adopt that testimony and, that information and those responses as your testimony here today?
I do.
Thank you. Madam Chair. Okay. Madam Chair, this witness is available for cross-examination, although it appears on my screen that we may have lost the ad hoc members.
You're right.
Looks like it.
Is Mercury in retrograde? That's what I always hear, that interferes with communications. Let's give it a second. If we don't see them pop back on, we might have to take a little break, because I can't lose part of our panel.
Our computer just got
There we
kicked.
go. Can you hear us, Judge?
All right, can you join back in with the link?
We're back.
Yes, we're back.
All right, we're back. We didn't take a break, but someone did notice that we'd lost you there, so we're glad you're
Yeah.
back with us. Okay. Crossed by interveners.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just not near as many questions as I had for Mr. Kirkland.
You ask as many questions as you want.
I appreciate that. Mr. Coombs, have you studied actual solar farm operations for the number of jobs, both during construction and during operation after construction?
Not directly. I've been relying on studies from other people.
Okay. And isn't it true that most of the jobs associated with the construction are at the very beginning of the construction?
Well, it's expected to last about a year, so that's the short-run impact.
And isn't it true that there are very few jobs after the construction is completed and the facility is operational?
So the estimate I used was based upon a California study. There would be about 8 permanent operations jobs at the site.
Okay. Now, does your study take into account other economic losses, like at the end of the project, soil productivity, the value of that?
No, I did not take account of that, no.
Okay. Does it take into account the economic loss associated with wildlife habitat changes or destruction?
I did not address that, no.
Does it take into account the economic loss associated with potential flooding?
No, I didn't look at that.
Have you been to this location?
No, I grew up in Owensboro, so I know the area generally, but I've not been to the site.
Are you aware that this site recently flooded?
No.
Okay. To date, has there been any actual studies or economic analysis post-decommissioning of one of these facilities of the cost?
Not that I know of.
I think that's all I have.
Okay. Staff?
Just a couple questions, Chair. So I was wondering, looking at the economic impact report, can you give a percentage or an estimate of the number of jobs that will be local to Muhlenberg County versus surrounding counties or statewide?
Sorry, this comes up regularly, and I don't know it. So the developer will hire a general contractor, then the contractor will hire subcontractors, and then they have to decide how to fill the positions. Common sense tells me that they're going to use as much labor, local labor, as they can. Should be less expensive than bringing someone in. So then it becomes a matter of the skills available in the community. So obviously things like concrete, you can't bring that down from Chicago. That has to be made locally. Things like fencing, landscaping, obviously those should be supplied locally by local workers. The issue of the panel installations and the earth moving and things like that will be a matter of the local labor supply being available to do it. So no, I can't make an estimate. Maybe the developer could make an estimate based upon other projects, but I don't know.
Got it. Thank you. And then I had one question. Looking at your report, page 1, the discussion of the labor income throughout the entire lifetime of the project, and I believe it was at 41 million. Does that sound correct?
But that was from construction.
Is that, yeah, that's the construction phase. Do you have the operational phase figure for that as well?
Yeah, if you look in the appendix, I put all of this together where I add in the, over 30 years, the annual employment of people on the operations side, the 8 jobs. Also add in an estimate of how much the lease payments going to the landowners would generate more economic activity in Muhlenberg County. And then I subtract out an estimate of the lost agribusiness activity. I think there's about 350 acres of farmland that would be used out of the 1,400 taken out of production. And so I made some estimates of the negative impacts on Muhlenberg County of that lost agribusiness activity, so that I put the 4 pieces together and gave us a summary over 30 years, and that's where I got, I think it was 88 million in total labor income net to Muhlenberg.
Got it. Thank you. Those are all the questions I had, Chair.
And Deputy Secretary Lyons.
Yes, just one question, Madam Chair. Good morning, Dr. Coombs. You've testified many times before this board on previous cases. Is there anything unique or different about this project than some of the others that you've done work for?
This is very similar to the other ones I've looked at, as far as sort of the ratio of construction to permanent jobs, loss of agricultural activity. It's very similar to me, at a high level anyway.
Thank you, Dr. Coons. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Mr. Hammack?
Dr. Coombs, I only have one question, Madam Chair. And this is concerning page 12 of your report. And it's been a minute since I've ran an in-plan analysis myself. So my only really question here is, I know you used the California study for the 8 jobs, but the model also uses this employment multiplier to get approximately 22 jobs for the area. I was wondering what goes into that employment multiplier that's specific to the county.
So can you rephrase that again? I'm barely hearing you. It's really my hearing problem, probably not your speaking problem, but try me one more time. You had something to do with the California study and how reliable it was, but I didn't catch the rest of it.
Yeah, my apologies. So my question really is specifically to, you use the California study as a basis, but then you also run an in-plan and use their model to predict the employment multiplier for Muhlenberg County. I was wondering what specifically goes into that employment multiplier.
What goes into that multiplier? Yeah. So I'll try to make this short. So in-plan is probably the most widely used and reliable tool in the world for doing regional economic impact statements. The thing that I really like about it is it has 500 industry detail for every place, whether it's a county, a state, a metropolitan area, or whatever. So it's a lot of detailed industries broken out, and it's able to predict how much each industry purchases from every other industry, if they're there, for a given new development. And it tracks jobs, it tracks wages and salaries, proprietor's income, all kinds of things. And I found it to be, pretty reliable. Now, I think the multiplier that it spit out for Muhlenberg County for solar project construction was only, I think it was 1.234. There's a number like that, 1.2, 1.3. That's a very small economic multiplier. For those that don't know multipliers, it's simply a measure of the ratio of the total impact to the new industrial impact. So what it means is if you had 1.23 would mean that if the construction project had 100 jobs, it would create a total of 123 jobs in the county. That's quite small in economic development world. You get into manufacturing operations, particularly complicated ones like motor vehicles, you can get multipliers that are 3, 4, 5, 6 instead of 1.2. The reason it's so low, and this has been true of all the solar studies I've done in Kentucky, they're all in that range. And the reason is the supplies for the construction are primarily made elsewhere. We don't make solar panels. I think maybe there's some manufacturing being pondered somewhere in the state, but at this point, we don't make most of the equipment, the electrical equipment, or the panels in Kentucky. So that money just leaks out of here to other places where they manufacture that stuff. And then, so that's the supply side reason. Then there's the household spending reason. So Muhlenberg County, I think the population is 33,000, something like that. It does not support enough retail and service industries to absorb all the new household income that gets created. It leaks out to bigger cities, in that case Owensboro, Evansville, Bowling Green, wherever people go, to an airport, a big hospital, or whatever. So, so for both reasons, the economic multipliers are quite small in most rural counties. Does that answer the question?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And would you say, I want to get your thoughts on this. Generally, I mean, statistically, there are very few panels being built in America at this point. So would you kind of reckon that that multiplier is similarly low for most of the country at this point?
I didn't quite understand.
So in general, solar panels right now are not being manufactured at a high rate across the entire country. It's mostly being built in China, other countries. So as you reckon kind of part of the reason that multiplier is low, that would be similar across most of the United States, in your view?
Yeah, I believe so. If I follow you, yes, I think so.
All right, those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Judge McGee?
The only question I would have is how the benefits of the local economy, what's the amount that would be input to the local economy of this solar project versus the agriculture that could be produced on this property?
Could you hear his question?
I think he's asking, did I take account of the lost agribusiness activity in the county? And yes, I did.
Yes.
So it's in the appendix, and I don't have, detailed information about the actual production of corn and soybeans and cattle on that piece of property, but the developer made some estimates of the distribution of the land use there. I used those and then took the county averages. So the U.S. Census of Agriculture in 2022 had very detailed estimates of agricultural production in Muhlenberg County. So I looked at things like yield per acre of soybeans, yield per acre of corn, number of head of cattle per acre, that kind of thing, and applied that to this site and used that to make an estimate of the total amount of agribusiness sales being generated from that property. And it's in the order of, a couple $100,000 worth of activity, which obviously is quite small compared to the amount of money we're talking about on the solar side. Did that
But
answer
that
your question?
impact, yes, well, it does in a way, but the impact I'm talking about is the money that is influxed back into the local economy. You've already stated that most of that will be leaked out to other places with the solar, but generally that stays in the county or in the area the agriculture does.
Yeah, so our models thankfully account for what you just said. So it has, again, detailed linkages on every industry to every other industry. So if someone is growing, say, soybeans there, the farmer has X number of acres, and they're going to produce, so many dollars worth of, so many bushels and so many dollars worth of produce. That translates into purchases of fertilizer and seed at the local co-op, et cetera, farm supplies, fuel for the tractor, all those things, maybe some labor also. That's all built into these models. And they're pretty accurate, I believe, to show how much actually sticks to Muhlenberg County. Obviously, not all of it does. The tractors, for example, are not likely made in Muhlenberg County. The fertilizer is probably not made in Muhlenberg County. So the local retailer will get a retail markup on that pass-through dollars, but most of the money is going to wherever these products, the farm supplies, are actually produced. So it leaks right out of Muhlenberg County also. And so the models do account for what you're getting at, just like they do looking at the solar construction side. There's a lot of leakage in a rural county is the point.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Jessup?
Yeah, the only thing that I saw in the report that I would like answered, I guess, is, I know that my dollar from last year doesn't get me the same as it does this year. And I'm guessing that it probably won't next year. So if I read this right, you're proposing that over 40 years, there will be an additional $10.2 million to come into the state in taxes and $11.7 million in local. 40 years is a long time for me to look out. So could you tell me kind of how you came up with those numbers and, what you think that truly means?
Right. So, and in the last version of it, I also estimated for 30 years instead of 40, just to make it consistent with the rest of the report. But your real question has to do with how did we come up with these numbers? And thankfully, we have a very good tax attorney at Stoll, Keenan Ogden in Louisville that does these all the time. He's, really one of the best in the business. Tim Eifler does most of this work. And he provided his spreadsheets to me. And so he knows how to classify all this equipment. So, for example, probably most of the equipment will get classified as manufacturing machinery, which does not get taxed by the local government. It's only taxed at the state government. So that goes into that bucket and creates a flow, I can't remember the amount, $5-6 million flow to the state on that bucket. Then he's also very good at estimating the increased value of the real estate because it's been enhanced in value because it's now in commercial industrial use instead of farm use. So it gets assessed at a higher rate. The company then has to pay those property taxes. It's a lot higher. And so he estimates that per year, how much goes to your local school system, to your fiscal court, and all the other local taxing jurisdictions. And I've looked at his work for 8 or 10 years. And I think it's really solid. And he also has to defend these things in court, so he has to be right. Ultimately, he does know what he's doing. So, in other words, I took the property tax projections from a tax attorney who knows a lot more about it than I do, and is all certified to do this.
So I'm assuming the local part then is based on current tax rates. I saw something in there about payment in lieu of tax numbers that really I don't know how meaningful that is since that has not been established yet. So is all your numbers based on just local current tax rates?
So, again, Mr. Eifler estimated those, what would happen if you had a industrial revenue bond that your county fiscal court sponsored. And as you know, it's common in these to make the school system whole through a payment in lieu of taxes. And so, and he negotiates these for local governments all the time. And so he had I can't remember the numbers, but there's a certain rate per megawatt hour that is pretty standard to put into the pilot for the first 20 years, and then I think it becomes a lower number the next 20 years. And so he built that into his spreadsheet, and that's where those numbers come from that you mentioned about the pilot. So it's something that would have to be negotiated, obviously, but it seems like a pretty standard protocol for these projects.
Okay, my last question, when you were looking at agricultural incomes and those things, did you take into account the forestry side on the ground that's out there that's heavily wooded?
The what ground? What's on the grounds?
The forestry aspect.
Horses?
Forestry.
Oh, forestry. Oh, no, timberland. No, I didn't. That's a good point. We could. I can tell you that it's not going to change the bottom line because the numbers are so dramatically different just from an economics point of view. Now, here I'm not selling solar. I'm just telling you from a pure dollar point of view, the revenues generated from construction and the operation and the lease payments and all of that stick to Muhlenberg County just dramatically overwhelm any loss that you could come up with from the current usage. not to mention the property taxes. We haven't discussed that, but the property taxes per year, according to Mr. Eifler, are going to be almost $200,000 a year to local governments. The amount currently being generated by those 5 parcels, I pulled the tax bills myself months ago. I think it's less than $15,000 a year being paid now on these parcels. So you're seeing much more than a tenfold increase in property tax payments likely to come to local governments, including your school system.
I think that's all of my questions. I think my local forester would argue with you that a properly managed woodlands can generate significant income. It may not reach these numbers that you're talking about, but I think every little piece matters. So I thank you for your time.
I don't dispute that. You're exactly right. That timber has great value. I used to own some property down there in Hancock County, and I paid attention to those prices, but I promise you, it would not change the net result of this study. It would only mitigate somewhat the positive benefits that I'm estimating.
Thank you.
Okay. Just one second. All right, Commissioner Reagan.
Good afternoon.
Is it afternoon?
Yes, it is. It's
Oh,
past
boy.
12, yes. One quick question. When you take a look at the taxes and what they would receive both from the county and the state, does that take into effect any repairs that would have to be made to the roads and the, widening of the roads or to repair them?
That's
Okay,
good.
so that would come off that 41 million then?
There would definitely be some cost in improving the infrastructure. I'm no expert on what would be required. I heard a lot of discussion about narrow roads and so on. So yes, that's part of the decision the local community has to make, the benefits versus the cost to the public. You're right. No, I did not look at that.
Okay, thank you.
So if the county got $200,000 in extra taxes, or $185,000 in extra taxes, they'd have to weigh that as local decision makers about whether that ameliorates the effect of how much infrastructure they'd have to improve.
Yes, and then there's the mixture of local roads versus state roads.
I don't know if there's federal roads.
431, I think, is that a federal road? I think 431 is federal. And then there'll be state roads, and there'll be county roads, and so, different jurisdictions
Right.
would have to cover the cost. Yep, there's a cost, no question.
When you are estimating how many jobs a project like this might bring to a county, do you just rely on representations by the company and their estimates, or do you also use actual results from other similar projects?
The latter. Most solar developers are not able to tell me how many jobs will be created by construction. I've had a couple, maybe out of a dozen I've looked at, would have some sort of occupational projection and so on, which is lovely. But this one, I do not have that kind of information, and most of them I don't. So I've been consistently relying on this California study that's in a footnote here. It's done by the University of California, Berkeley. It's very elaborate. They looked at, I believe, 6 large solar, utility scale solar projects out there about 10 years ago. And they had good accounting information on the number of construction jobs, the pay per job, the compensation per job. And so I've used that also then, and it's per megawatt hour. So I used their results on a megawatt hour basis, not a megawatt hour, a megawatt capacity basis, prorated to this 250 megawatt project to come up with those 600 direct construction jobs and those 8 operations jobs. And it's the best thing I've found out there. You do see studies that are kind of promotional studies, marketing studies that I don't think are as good as this one. And so that's why I keep using it, even though it is 10 years old.
Okay, so the jobs estimate numbers would be, it'd be more accurate to say the company gets them from you than that you get them from the company.
It would be more accurate compared to what?
Would it be more accurate to say the company gets those job estimates from you
Oh,
than it would be to say you get them from the company? The way I
If they-
understood it was that they don't necessarily have an estimate. You
they-
get an estimate from studies you've done.
so they're going to hire a contractor
Mm-hmm.
to do all this work. Then the contractor hires subcontractors. And now, does the subcontractor hire a lot of low-skilled, inexpensive people? Or do they hire very high-skilled, very expensive people? You know, we don't know. It's gonna vary project to project. Is it unionized, is it not unionized? There's all those factors that they don't know in advance. And, you know, there's gonna be a pyramid there of the company's gonna pay the general contractor's gonna pay the subcontractors, and they're gonna pay the actual workers that do the work. So, I don't think they know. So I have to rely on some secondary sources where they actually did know.
And when you look at this California study, do you adapt California wage levels to Kentucky wage levels? I mean, I know they have a different minimum wage than us for one thing, so.
So I did discuss that somewhere in the middle of the report and acknowledge that California is definitely a high-wage state. Keep in mind, these studies were, these projects were built over 10 years ago. And they were averaging, I think it was $72,000 a job, plus another $25,000 in fringe benefits. So it was over $100,000 a job in compensation per job 10 or 12 years ago. Okay, so I'm assuming here $50,000, not $72,000 in 2025 instead of 2014. So I think it's fair, and not to mention we've had a very tight labor market, and wages all over the country, including Kentucky, have gone up quite a bit the last 10 years. So I think it's 50,000 is a reasonable estimate given the occupations that are used for these kind of projects. You're going to have some very high-paid people, managers, electricians, engineers, and so on. Then you're going to have lower-paid people who are doing fencing and more mundane things. But on average, 50,000 sounds reasonable. I believe the average wage and salary job in Muhlenberg County today pays 51,000. So 50,000 seems to me a reasonable estimate. Is it accurate? Nobody knows. We'll probably never know. You've got to have a workable number for us to do reports for you all, so you can feel like that you've got a good handle on, is there a positive economic impact here or not? And you could change the pay scale to 30,000 or 70,000. You're still going to get a net positive economic impact on Muhlenberg County.
So you're studying ripples, like a pebble dropped in water, everything that ripples out affects one another, and everything that ripples back in. So if you've lost forestry money or agriculture money, you have to take into effect that those dollars are lost when you're thinking about the dollars that come in.
Yes.
If you think about how much tax money you get, then you have to also think about how much you'd have to spend on infrastructure.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you think about how much you'd have to spend on infrastructure, you have to think about maybe that created some jobs too, if other people are building roads. Yeah. Okay.
That's the decision you all have to make.
And you try to estimate based on the size of the facility. So you can try to pinpoint by megawatt hour how much money the local economy could expect to experience by megawatt hour.
Yes.
So that's
Yes.
an important part of what you think about too, how big the facility is.
And then plus you have the lease payments per acre going to these 5 landowners. I believe it's 5. And, it's a lot of money that's going to come into to those households' income. How much of it they spend. I used our model to estimate how much would actually stick to Muhlenberg County. That's in the appendix also. So that's a net positive. And then you're going to get 8, operations jobs that are gonna run for 30 or 40 years, so that's a positive. And the only thing I guess that we've discussed that I didn't measure was lost timberland. And at this point, I don't even have enough information to know how many trees will be cut down for the solar panels. I don't know that acreage.
Are those numbers available in studies somewhere if that was asked to you in, say, a post-hearing data request that you could get?
Yeah, it's all gonna depend upon the terrain and where they wanna put the panels, right? And I was told that there would be about 350 acres of lost agricultural land out of the 1,400. How many 100 acres, 200 acres, I don't know how many more acres they are gonna have to clear to put the panels in. And so that would generate revenues, timber revenues, but you would lose future timber revenues, which is the gentleman's point earlier, which is very valid.
And so even if you were told the number of acres, you'd need to know that maybe the type of trees or how many of those were old enough to timber and that sort of thing. But you could come up with those numbers, you think, if you were requesting?
I could estimate it, sure. There's plenty of good data out there on the value of timberland and the amount of annual income you can get per acre from hardwoods, say, which this is probably a lot of hardwood. We could do it. It's not gonna change your bottom line answer.
A lot of these sites that we do don't clear a lot of trees. They're sort of cleared already, so that may not get considered in some of these studies, but it sounds like it would matter here. But your expectation is that if you did take that into account, it still wouldn't affect your overall decision that it would be a net positive.
I have no doubt that the dollar flow, the cash that sticks to Muhlenberg County from the solar project is much greater than the cash that has been sticking to Muhlenberg County from its current land use, not to mention the tax benefits.
Now, I've thought a lot in my life about the extractive nature of the coal industry, being from a coal community in eastern Kentucky. And Muhlenberg also has been a coal area. I've never really thought about or heard much about the extractive nature of the ag industry, agriculture, and timber for sure, thought about that. But do you consider agriculture an extractive industry in that way?
Well, it's renewable, so it keeps generating, whereas you take the coal out of the ground, it's out of the ground, and the game's over.
Okay, so even if the dollars don't all stick, as you said, that does not necessarily mean it would be an extractive industry the way coal is because it renews.
Yeah, once you extract it, you've got the dollars that are gonna stick to your community, and then the game's over. Unless you can find some other use for the land, and that's not been so successful in eastern Kentucky, best I can tell.
Redirect?
Just a couple questions, Dr. Coombs, I want to touch on, there's a few questions and answers about the roads there in Muhlenberg County. Are you aware that in the application, Lost City agreed to pay or fix for repairs for damage to roads and bridges resulting from any transport to the site, according to a road use agreement with the county?
I did not know about that.
Well, assuming that's true, if the project will either fix or repair those roads, that would be funding that wouldn't be coming out of the county's coffers, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, any recross?
Yes, Madam Chairman, a couple of questions. Would this project provide as much economic impact if it were, for Muhlenberg County, if it were placed on reclaimed strip mine land?
If it was placed on strip mine land, like there's been a couple, I think Pike County and some other one in East Kentucky, you all have had a project going there. You would not lose the law, you would not lose the agricultural activity on this site. That's true. So you would have more net economic benefit from doing it there. Now, I don't know about the cost of doing solar on an old strip mine. It may be really expensive to do. I have no idea.
But just at a 20,000 feet altitude,
Yep.
It would have more positive economic impact for this community if it was done at a places you said where the value's already been extracted. Is that correct?
Well, and I was answering it in the narrow sense that you would not have to give up the agricultural activity on these 350 acres. That's true. Now, if you had to do it on a strip mine, you would have to talk to the developers. They may say, well, we're not going to pay, I'm going to make up a number here. Let's say they pay $750 an acre to lease this land. Maybe they'll only pay $200 an acre. So, you lose something on that side, but I'm not expert enough to tell you how that would play out.
Do you factor in the economic loss to the surrounding landowners?
In what sense? I haven't heard any evidence of that.
Well, if, just theoretically, if they lose the quiet enjoyment of their property, that's a loss. That's part of the bundle of sticks of real estate ownership is the quiet enjoyment. That's a loss, correct?
If they perceive it as a negative externality and an amenity that they gave up, it's a loss. Putting a value on it, I've not attempted to do that. I'd have to have a basis for how much the amenity's worth to them, but no, we didn't go there.
Yeah, or, there's all sorts of things about diminution of land value. You don't go there.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation for the question. In terms of, there is no evidence that there's a diminution in value.
Well, there's reports about diminution or lack of diminution of value, and the basis that the expert relies upon, some of those are inconsistent. Ask the doctor to assume if there is an economic diminution of value to adjoining property owners, do you take that into consideration?
Under the assumption you gave me?
You've just rephrased as a hypothetical then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'll allow it.
I got it. And so, under that assumption, if we could measure that value, yeah, we could take that into account over 30 years and put it into the calculus. But there's been no basis for it so far.
And if I understood you correctly, this will not create new service or retail job opportunities in Muhlenberg County due to their current lack of existence.
No, I didn't say it wouldn't create any. I said it would be very few. So that's built into what's called the induced effect in these models. So I'm not going to give you a long lecture on M-Plan, but basically for any impact study you do, the industry that's expanding or attracting, that's called the direct effect. So in this case, 600 construction jobs. There's two spin-off aspects of that. One is called the indirect effect, and that's the supply chain of, and we've been through that whole discussion. The second part is the induced effect, and that is new household spending, which there will be some, and much of it will be spent in Muhlenberg County. And I mean, there is some retail there, obviously, and service, and there's car dealerships and gas stations and restaurants. Yes, that's going to absorb some of that new money and create, a few jobs, but it's just not many.
Well, you mentioned there are 5 landowners, I believe.
What's that?
You mentioned there are 5 landowners at some point. Do you know what percentage of their lease payments can be expected to be spent in Muhlenberg County?
No, I don't. I haven't. No.
So, if they don't spend any of that, any of those lease payments locally, there's no positive impact from those lease payments to the community as a whole.
If they were to do the leases, move to Florida, and forget about Muhlenberg County and all the lease payments go to Florida, you're exactly right. So you would have to back that out of the net calculation. But you have to understand that is not a driver of the bottom line here. That's a very small part of the total picture, and it wouldn't affect the bottom line answer here at all.
And there's no economic analysis of the future cleanup cost.
No, the decommissioning, no.
That's all I have, Madam Chairman.
All right, follow up by staff. Mr. Lyons, any follow-up?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Hammock or Judge McGee or Mr. Jessup?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Judge McGee asked me to apologize. He had to step away for a previous commitment with the governor on an economic development announcement being made here in the county. He did ask me to ask one question, and we talked about the lease payments being made. He wanted to know if the fact that those payments were made as lease payments, did that affect the tax rates in the fact that those were lease payments and not ownership of the property by Lost City Renewables?
I got most of that, something about the lease payments affecting something about taxes. I didn't catch all of it. Are you saying, are the lease payments taxed? Is that your question?
Okay. I'll try to restate. I think maybe my connection is bad. But he was asking, okay. He's just asking the fact that these are lease payments being made to the landowners. When we talked about local taxes and that assumed value of the tenfold increase in local taxes, does the fact that these are lease payments being made to landowners, does that minimize those taxes in any way? Since Lost City Renewables will not be owning the site, can we still assume that this tenfold increase in local taxes?
Oh, I don't really follow. I see what you're saying, but I don't really follow the logic. The lease payment issue has to do with increased household income of the landowners, correct? The increase, the tenfold increase in local property tax revenues is due to the increased property values, the machinery, the property, et cetera. That's independent of the lease payments, unless I'm missing something from your question.
Are you asking whether there's a difference in the fact that they didn't buy it, they leased it instead, and so it wouldn't actually change the property tax value because they're not the owners now? So is that what you're asking?
Oh, okay.
No.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I don't know. I don't want to be asking his question.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think that's where the judge was going with that is, is the tax rate going to be established on the lease payment rate? Or is, that real property increase, that tenfold increase, how is that going to show up on the local PVA tax rate?
So you would have to get the tax attorney here to give you the details, but I've read enough of these reports to paraphrase anyway what I think he would say. Because this land is now being used in commercial industrial use instead of agricultural use, as you understand, farmland is exempt, has very low property tax rates applied to it. It's not its market value, it's its farm value. So taking it out of that and putting it into a more commercial industrial use puts you in a much higher property tax rate category. And the tax attorney estimates the increased value of that land per acre now that it's developed. And so the PVA will then greatly reassess that property, which means in this case, the developer or the owner of the project will end up having to pay those higher property taxes to the local government. So that's to be compared to the current, whatever it was, $12,000 or $13,000 that they currently pay. So I don't think the lease payments to the landowners factor into the net increase in property tax revenues to local government. I don't think there's any connection.
Do you think that answered your question, Mr. Jessup?
I think so. And so just in following that, I'm assuming that then those 5 landowners would pay that tenfold increase in additional tax rate.
As I understand it, the company generally pays the property taxes under, as long as it's under lease. That's the way I understand these deals work. You might ask, somebody from the company to verify that, but that's my understanding. And I was just in a conversation last week about another project around the state where this exact question came up. I went back to the tax attorney, and he told me that is the standard way that they do these deals, that the project owner, developer, et cetera, has the liability for paying the property taxes while the solar farm is operating. That's my understanding. Not the current landowner that's leasing the property, it's the company actually has to pay the property tax bill.
Thank you, Dr. Coombs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, if that's everyone, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
No, ma'am, no reason why.
Mr. Coombs, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
And with that, we need to make a decision about lunch. So I want to take a lunch break. And usually I don't have any sympathy or mercy on the attorneys. They'll do whatever I say. But we have a number of people who've traveled a long way. So I'd like to take a half-hour lunch break. But I'm worried that would not give you guys time to get out and get something to eat and get back. But I also know you've got a long time to travel tonight. So I'll let maybe your counsel speak. Mr. Johns, is a half-hour lunch break going to be okay?
I think, Madam Chairman, I think 30 minutes will be fine.
Okay. People have blood sugar issues, and I want to make sure they get a chance to eat.
I understand.
All right. Let's take a 30-minute lunch break, and I'll see everybody back at 1:15. In case number 00406, Lost City Renewables. And counsel, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Our next witness is Sean Joshi.
Mr. Joshi, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Sean Joshi.
And for whom do you work?
I support Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, CIP.
And what's your position there?
I'm a developer for them.
And your business address?
412 West 15th Street, New York, New York.
And can you describe your role or your involvement with this particular project?
I'm the lead developer for this project. Basically, start with the origination to taking the project through all the permitting, getting all the approvals and signing all the agreements.
Did you sponsor information that was provided in this case, including with the application as well as responses to data requests?
Yes, sir.
Do you adopt that information as your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Interveners?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. When was Lost City Renewables created?
Lost City Renewables, I would say sometime in 2022.
June 21st of 2022 in Delaware, does that sound correct?
Yeah,
Okay. You have a power purchase agreement with anyone?
not yet, sir.
Are you relying upon TVA requests for proposals
Yes,
with
sir.
regard to this project?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When will TVA be accepting proposals?
They have a process. They just closed one end of last month. There's another one next year, so it's a continued process.
And this particular RFP, was that issued by TVA before or after Lost City was created?
There was one RFP that was released in 2022. After that, there were no other RFPs released. Then there was another one released in March of this year. There was another one released in April of this year.
Isn't it true the 2022 RFP from TVA was after you formed Lost City?
That is correct.
Okay. How did you know to form Lost City if there was no RFP?
How did we, can you repeat that question, please?
Okay. Are you aware of, I'll go to another question. Are you aware of the archaeological significance of the Lost City site near Lewisburg, Kentucky?
We have done some preliminary studies, and there are desktop studies. So based on that, Marty will elaborate on that.
Okay. Were you aware that TVA was getting ready to issue an RFP when you formed Lost City?
No, sir.
Well, if not, why create it and call it Lost City where this substation is located?
The charter for developing projects was to find a suitable site in TVA territory and develop a project. There was no specific RFP that was in mind when we established the firm.
When you established Lost City, were you acquainted with the primary landowner where this you proposed this project be constructed?
We were looking for sites. I think we may have had discussions with the landowner. I don't recollect the exact dates or.
Okay. Does the primary landowner have any connection to the Tennessee Valley Authority?
Objection, Your Honor. There's no relevance to that question.
Relevant, sir.
Well, the relevance is, he didn't have an RFP, he forms an LLC referring to a historical site nearby where the power will go to. They filed something yesterday about an easement, 10.1 miles, I think, private transmission lines. And it just seems strange, and so this is the relevance, it just seems strange you're doing all of this, and you don't even know TVA is asking for projects in this area. Would seem to me to be some sort of inside baseball process.
And your question is whether the primary landowner has any
Connection to
relationship
TVA.
with TVA.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, it's just not relevant of the standards, the elements that the siting board has to look at under 278-710. That's just not one of them. Not related to economic impact, scenic surroundings, property values, really anything in there.
I guess it probably goes a little more toward weight than admissibility. I'll allow limited questioning.
I wouldn't know, sir.
You wouldn't know, okay. Mr. Joshi, how many projects have you been involved with?
You're talking about,
Overall, your entire career, how many projects have you been involved with?
I've been in the power industry for over 30 years. I would say maybe 15 gigawatts worth of projects, or even 30 gigawatts. I don't know,
Okay.
20 gigawatts, I don't know.
A raw number of solar farms that you've been involved with creating?
Solar farms?
Yes, yes, sir.
I would say close to 2 gigawatts,
Well,
2,000 megawatts.
I understand what 2 gigawatts is, but the number of separate solar plants that aggregate to total that 2 gigawatts.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, but that number, sir, how many different plants?
2 projects that are 250 megawatt, around 250 megawatts. 1 project here that's 250 megawatts. Before that, I was involved in another project that was 175 megawatts. Before that, 150 megawatts. Solar only.
Solar?
Talk about gas fired, I have a lot more projects I can add.
Apologize about cut you off, but is it 10, 15, 20 separate parcels to total that amount?
Oh, parcels. You're talking about acres, or parcels can be like multiple landowners?
I'm talking
You
about,
asking the, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt, the number of solar projects he's been involved in?
yes.
Yeah,
to
just the
completion.
number of projects.
I would say 5.
Of those 5, how many of those are you still involved in?
4.
Are those 4 through, and you described yourself as the lead developer, are those 4 all completely through the permitting process?
No, sir.
Are you involved in any projects that are currently operational?
No, sir.
Do you continue to be involved once the projects become operational?
No, sir.
What happens to the projects after they become operational?
It is handed over to our services team. They maintain and
Okay. And
manage
is
the
that,
projects.
I'm cut you off again, is that Copenhagen?
Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, yes, sir.
Okay. And Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, does Copenhagen have employees?
Absolutely.
How many?
In the US, 300,
Okay. All right.
approximately.
Okay. And worldwide?
Oh, I wouldn't know that answer,
Okay.
sir.
Where is Copenhagen's parent company?
It's in Denmark.
Denmark. That makes sense. And what's the name of that parent company?
Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners,
Okay, same,
CIP.
same name, CIP. And does Copenhagen operate these projects throughout their life?
Yeah, That is the intention. So if you look at our history, most of the projects that we own, we operate also.
Does Copenhagen, you talk about 5 that you've been involved in, none of them are operational. Does Copenhagen have any operational projects in the United States?
Yes, sir.
How many?
They have 1.8 gigawatts worth of projects operational right now.
And how many separate solar farms would that be?
I think there were 5 solar farms
Okay.
within that.
Now, you're aware of decommissioning,
Yes, sir.
okay? What resources does Copenhagen have to stand good for decommissioning 30 or 40 years from now?
So I'm sure you would have had a chance to read our decommissioning plan. Every state or every project has a different requirement, but as far as Lost City is concerned, I can only talk about that. There will be a bond that will be set up that will pay for the decommissioning for the project.
Is there a proposed surety?
Yes, sir.
Who's that proposed surety?
No, it will be set up when the decommissioning plan is put in place.
Okay.
Right now, it's not, it's just a plan that we have put, and it's in the submittals.
Who is Copenhagen utilized as its surety on other projects?
Oh, I wouldn't know that, sir. It's part of the finance department function.
So in that aspect, not knowing who that future surety will be, this application is not complete.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for legal conclusion.
Okay. Well, let me rephrase the question. You can't tell the commission who the surety will be.
The name of the
The
firm?
name of a firm, name of a bank.
I can't, no, at this time, no.
And
Copenhagen uses different firms for different reasons. I have no idea.
now, have you been to this project site?
Of course.
How many acres of timber will be removed?
Approximately 609 acres, sir.
609 acres of timber. Are there any flooding concerns with regard to this project?
There's some areas that are in floodplain.
Okay. Are you aware that some of this project recently flooded?
Some of this project,
Yes, sir.
I would defer that to our permitting specialist.
Okay. So somebody else is better to answer that?
That's correct, sir.
That question about any recent flooding. Is that person here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were the signator on the application.
Yes, sir.
Part of the application process was with regard to impact on wildlife.
Yes, sir.
Do you stand by the 25 to 30 head of deer on this
Again,
property?
we have the subject matter expert here. He will respond to that.
Okay. Are you aware that the primary landowner, Mr. Atcher, advertised this as prime deer hunting property?
No, I'm not aware of that, sir.
And likewise, you would not be aware of close proximity to residences or somebody else who can testify to that?
I know at a high level about the different residences around the property.
Did your application that you filed confirm there are at least 5 areas adjacent to the project that have at least an average of one house per acre in a 5-acre area?
I think we responded to that question in the RFI.
And did you confirm that to be the case?
I would defer to the response that's written in the RFI.
And finally, your application asked for a deviation from the setback requirements, is that correct?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you're not asking for a deviation from setback requirements?
No, sir.
And so if the statute says 1,000 feet, you're good with that?
I don't think I know about any deviations.
Okay. As long as you confirm you're not asking for a deviation?
We are not asking for any deviations.
Thank you.
Okay. Staff?
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So first question is in reference to Appendix B to the application, specifically the preliminary site layout.
Yes, sir.
Has anything changed with the preliminary site layout since that was submitted?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you anticipate any changes at this point?
Maybe inside the boundaries, depending on what panels we use, there may be a little bit of adjustments, but we don't expect any changes outside what the perimeter of the property is.
And then, my understanding from the application is that there are no legal neighborhoods within the 2,000 feet of the project boundary, but there are individual residences. Could you discuss the general mitigation measures that are being undertaken to shield the view shed of these non-participating residences?
I can talk at a high level. We can provide specifics through the individual experts. But basically what we've tried to do is we've tried to increase the setbacks or the buffer between wherever there are residences. So we have a landscape plan that accounts for putting double rows of trees, and specifics again, Shane will respond to. So we tried to make sure that we curtail the visibility of the panels as much as possible. Also, where there's dense residences, we've put additional buffers, wider buffers to make sure that there's the least impact that's there. Also, we've heard some concerns about the substation, so we pushed the substation further inside. So we have taken also, we got the additional property to make sure we don't inside roads. Instead, we have access to the site straight from 949. So these were the measures that we have taken to make sure that we minimize the disruption to the neighbors.
Have there been any requests to change vegetated screening from non-participating landowners that you've had discussions with?
We haven't received any requests, just specific requests.
Next, referring generally to or specifically to Appendix J, the geotechnical desktop survey.
Yes, sir.
In that survey, it's listed that there is a dam on the project, or potentially a dam, I believe on page 5 under land use. My question is that dam regulated, and if not, will it be?
I would defer to Shane.
This may have been touched on with the interviewer's questioning, but the application states the project has filed an application as part of the TVA large generator interconnection procedures requirements.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a current status of that process?
We are in the facility study phase right now.
What would the following steps be on that?
After the facility study is done, then we'll sign the LGIP, that's the agreement with TVA.
And based on the application generally, it is my understanding that Lost City intends to control the project through construction and operational phase.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Despite that statement, is there any possibility that Lost City could transfer the project either before or after construction, or has that been considered?
At this time, we have no plans of transferring.
And through the construction and operational phase of the project, who will be employing I understand there'll be subcontractors or contractors hired.
EPC will be hired, a tier one EPC will be hired for performing the actual.
And that'll be through Law City, though,
It will be through Law City, that's correct.
Also in the application, Law City, it's my understanding Law City is seeking the pilot and an IRB.
Yes, sir.
Could you give an update on the status of those requests?
Of course. So we have had informational discussions with the county, starting all way back in October, where we had proposed some informational numbers based on publicly available data for similar sized projects in the neighboring counties. So we proposed some numbers that were offered just for informational purposes. Since then, we've had discussions with the county. We had the gentleman that Mr. Coombs was mentioning, Mr. Eifer, present the concept of IRB to the county as well as the county magistrates and the judge as well as their tax attorney or tax specialist to explain to them how this works. And we have provided some baseline numbers in Mr. Coombs' report, but again, it's too early for us to negotiate or to discuss specifics, details, because it depends on the actual cost of the project, the cost of the equipment that we're not planning to procure right now. But our hope, or at least what we would like to do is, as soon as we sign a PPA or once we have a final schedule of the construction schedule of the project, we'll sit down with the county and do a good faith negotiations to come up with an amicable number.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Deputy Secretary?
Yes, Madam Chair, I've got a couple of questions here. Good afternoon, Mr. Yoshi.
Good afternoon, sir.
I've got to say, I've been in all these siting board hearings except two since this process started in Kentucky, and we have approximately 50 projects that have been proposed in Kentucky. I've never seen one with this much timber clearing. That said, what are the criteria or what are the criteria that you all as developers use to identify properties that could have potential for development?
So, Mr. Lyons, it's a very exhausting process how this all occurs. So, for example, for Law City, honestly speaking, we first try and identify the places where we can inject the amount of power that we are proposing to develop. And then from there, once we identify that location, we try and find land parcels that are conducive to development for these size projects. So if you see where our injection points Lost City substation is, that's owned by TVA, there's a lot of farmland in that area, and we had seen that there was a lot of opposition by local farmers over there saying that they were taking away prime farm area. So we tried to locate a property that had kind of a balanced farm and forested property. So, and also, of course, we need to look for, property owners who are willing to lease us that kind of acreage. So that's how we came to look to find this location.
I don't remember seeing in here, but how far is the substation away from this property?
10.5 miles, sir.
10.5 miles. So you are going to run a line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's probably the farthest I've seen that a project would run a line.
It's very difficult. Yes, sir.
So I'm really interested how you identified this property. I mean, personally, I would have never looked at this property and said, it being 10 miles away, and say, yeah, this is the spot we need to build this place. But
we looked every mile away from the substation, sir. and we landed upon this.
Have you ever developed a project with this much timber removal before?
Yes, sir. More than this.
Would you care to elaborate on that? Where and how large that was?
Close to 5,000 acres.
5,000 acres of tree removal?
Yes, sir.
As far as decommissioning goes, who's going to be responsible for that ultimately?
So I will let either Shane or Marty elaborate on that, but the way the decommissioning plan is set up is that, we put aside guaranteed money on the side. So in case something happens to any of the firms or anybody else, there is sufficient money available to decommission the property and bring it back to the original condition. So as far as the site is concerned, or as far as the county, the agreement is actually with the county and the state and the landowner, so that there's sufficient money that is available in case of decommissioning needs to be done, in case the company is bankrupt or no longer in existence.
Sure, I understand the whole bonding aspect of decommissioning. Matter of fact, we oversee the decommissioning plans here in this cabinet once they're submitted and once power generation is started. And we handle the bonding aspect of it. But you hit upon something that I was going to ask you. The decommissioning plan calls for return of the land to original usage or state. Does that mean you're all going to plant 600 acres of trees once the solar site is decommissioned?
We will leave it up to the landowners to decide what they want to do with the property.
No further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Hammack?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few questions, Mr. Joshi. Thank you for joining us.
Of course.
The first one is, and I know you haven't hired a contractor yet, but I just wanted to see if you could give us insight into the preference for local hiring. Will you encourage any contractor you retain to hire locally first? Is there any way you envision you may do that as a developer?
Mr. Hammack, so let me start with saying that, hiring local labor is very important for us. We want to make sure that we bring value locally. So not only, you will not hear this from anybody else, but not only have we worked closely with the labor unions, we have asked them to recommend contractors that they work with, Tier 1 EPCs, who they work with. We are approaching them directly to start giving us proposals for our project. Not only that, not that I'm a construction guy, but I have made it a point and an effort to go and visit their training facilities to see what kind of training they offer to their labor force to make sure that they're doing the right thing. We have shared with them all the equipment that we're planning to bring on site so they can acquaint themselves with the racking systems, with the panels that we're going to use, so they can train their people for the kind of technology that we're planning to use on this site. Not only, LaUna is one, Carpenters Union, so I have spent, days going to their facilities, Lawrenceburg, right here outside Louisville, just to understand exactly, how they do this. So we have gone way beyond, to make sure that we understand their capabilities. Not only that, we are in direct discussions with, for example, Fisher Contracting. They are based out of, I was there just recently, Franklin, I think. But anyway, went and visited their site. We went with them, we have spent time, we have talked to them, they have gone to the site to see the site to make sure they understand what we are trying to do. We have put in a lot of time and effort to make sure that we try and engage with the local contractors to make sure they understand our project and make sure that they give us a proposal directly. So what we have done is for example, for the TVA proposals that we gave, we include the names of the contractors we plan to use. So I think we have been very, very sincere in our efforts to make sure that we are trying to promote the local force, and we want to make sure that we pay a prevailing wage.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. I appreciate that in-depth answer. The the next question I have is, this is more of just a confirmation from you, but the economic impact report, as we kind of mentioned earlier today, is predicated on a pilot and an industrial revenue bond.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to make sure that you all are still in the process of pursuing that. I know the agreement's not in place yet, but are you still intending to pursue that?
That is our intention, yes, sir.
Okay, great.
We would like to bring more
kinda-
benefits to the county.
Okay, great. And then my last question is, I kind of have a good idea about the construction jobs and how that's going to factor into the local economy from the report from Dr. Coombs. The operations jobs is just, and this is a question I always ask in these hearings, is just that's where I would like some more information. I know that you haven't started the process yet, but what I'm wondering is based on his job estimate he gave of I think it was 22 operations jobs, is that consistent with your experience in the past with a project this size, and do you expect that you'll be similar to that number?
I think we talked about 8 full-time jobs. I think that's what Mr. Coombs talked about. And I can give you a brief understanding of what kind of jobs that would be. So we split these jobs into 3 categories. One is just regular maintenance. So that regular maintenance would be, we're planning to use sheep grazing. So do keep in mind that when we bring in sheep grazing, the revenue that's lost, that is lost because the agriculture is going to stop, will be gained by sheep grazing. So we think it's going to be a wash. So that's number one. So we'll be doing sheep grazing to maintain the site. Then we'll have another team or a few people who's just going to be keeping a track of all the trees and shrubs that's going to be around the property. We cannot afford to have trees die on us because visibility is a big issue. We want to make sure we maintain and manage these. Then the third one would be somebody just doing landscaping around the property, making sure that things are done right. So those are the 3 regular maintenance jobs. Then there's a little bit of higher technical job. We'll have some folks who will be coming and inspecting the solar site on a regular basis, making sure that critters have not chewed on cables. There's not nests being built by birds and stuff like that. So that kind of maintenance, regular review of the site is required because we don't want something to like something has chewed off the cable completely and there's no power coming through. So we have to have that. And finally, we have the actual repair personnel who would be actually coming in and repairing things that are damaged or that are not functioning properly and not up to the codes. So this is how we split up the project, this work. This is a big site. It may require 2 to 3 people for each position or each work that's been assigned. So between, 8 is a kind of a conservative number, but we see that, 8 full-time jobs will be created, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are all the questions I have.
Sure.
Okay. And then is Judge McGee back? And if not, Mr. Jessup.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think the judge will be back with us today.
Oh, okay.
So, Mr. Yoshi, I appreciate you taking the time to be with us.
Of course, that's my job. That's my duty.
So I've tried to look through some of the cumulative environmental assessment
Yes, sir.
information that you
Yes, sir.
provided, and also stormwater pollution prevention plans. And so I'll let you kind of bring me up on it because I was just appointed to this board last week and I've not had time to assimilate all this data. But in reviewing what I have been able to see, when we talk about 609 acres of timber removal, I did see where there was a statement made that these soils are shallow in very many places. There's lots of rock outcrops, and that the way I read it, some places it's going to drive a post in the ground to be able to put these panels on. So I can't say that I really understand your whole process of how you're going to go about this, but I don't know that this information has been presented to us in a way that I can understand it. But your cumulative environmental assessment, basically, if I'm reading it right, says that there's no groundwater impacts and no stormwater impacts. And I can't see how 609 acres of timber removal really, you could do that without any groundwater or stormwater impacts. So
So,
could you just kind of
I'll
lead
give
me
you a
through
general
that?
statement. We have experts between Marty, Stantec, and Copperhead who will provide a greater detail. But this is my understanding, and this is how we evaluate the project. When we write a stormwater permit, the permit requires us by law that we cannot generate any additional water on the site as a result of the project. So if there's flooding that's happening right now, we take into consideration all these different factors. I think they go back in history, I think 50 or 100 years, I'm not sure exactly what the number is. And they take into consideration all those events and design the stormwater plan to make sure that water is contained on the site. So if based on design, if they have to put a pond on there to collect the extra water that's being generated because of the project, then that's what they will do. So these are very sophisticated engineering studies that are done by very smart people who have done this as a career. And I think that there are state laws and requirements that we have to follow. You can't put a project and let the water flow everywhere. By law, you're not allowed to do it. So these will be addressed in the stormwater, that your concerns that you're mentioning. I think the law, basically the requirements are that we just cannot generate additional water to flood anybody else's property, basically. And I'm sure you know it. Looks like you were in the environmental business, so I'm sure you must have worked on stormwater plans.
I have. And so in these high topographic gradient hillsides that are covered with trees, I'm assuming that there will be silt basins designed to handle this runoff that's going to be silt laden. And so I guess my concern is all this engineering work going to be done beforehand to allow us to review that?
We can't get a construction permit if you don't have that.
Okay. Well, okay, let's go over to decommissioning. And so from my reading of the decommissioning plan, it's basically, to me, looks like a disassembly plan. It's just tearing down what's been constructed. Is there any potential, in looking at what's left over after you disassemble, do you foresee any kind of soil testing? The environmental markets and what we're looking at in the environment changes all the time. So when you're looking at microplastics and heavy metals and glasses that may, from damaged panels over the years, may get dropped onto the soils underneath. Can you provide any assurances that, after you disassemble this, the area will be able to be returned to agricultural use in as good a condition as it was before you got there?
So I think one thing, Mr. Jessup, I will tell you is there are very strict requirements on how you decommission any project. And I'm sure you may be aware of, say for example, Paradise Project, Paradise Coal Plant. So, we have to adhere to certain requirements when we decommission any project. And, whatever it is, we will stand up to it. We don't want to leave a project, a site, that would be a hazardous, that can be claimed. You can't do that anymore. I think there's laws against it. So if there is a requirement that we have to do soil testing, we will definitely do it. That's not an issue. And the decommissioning plan should cover similar issues, in my opinion. I would defer it to the experts, but that would be my comment.
Okay. I would just hope that any bonding that's established would deal with those potential other costs beyond just disassembly of the facility. If there's, that we are going to do some verification that we've not left anything behind.
I fully understand your point, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jessup. Commissioner Wiggins?
Good afternoon. Just a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to follow up on Mr. Williams' question about transfer. That you don't have any plans at this time to transfer the operating down, but you could. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, possible, yes.
Okay, but you don't have plans to at this point?
At this time, no.
Okay. And you were involved in the development of this site or picking out this site?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you've heard both in the public hearings and today about optional locations that you could have chosen.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk to me about why those weren't chosen? And, my concern is with the geotechnical study. It's in a, flood prone, it is hilly, slopey, shallow rock, and corrosive soil, which, is concerning. So I'm trying to understand why this site was chosen over some other sites that maybe you were looking at, that are not near residential locations.
It's a great question, ma'am. I'll tell you, the TVA transmission system has not been upgraded for a while. We tried to look at trying to inject near the Paradise coal plant. We thought that was an ideal place. But that transmission system is completely maxed out. We just cannot inject any more megawatts over there. This, again, like I was indicating earlier, we found the Lost City substation. And that's the reason why the name, the Lost City, it's nothing to do with anything, it's just the substation, and we just call it a substation, Lost City project. That was the only location we were able to find. We must have done exhausting studies all across. There were already projects in the queue that had taken up all the headroom. And so from there, we start finding the appropriate land. Now this land, when we did all the studies that we are allowed to do at this stage without TVA getting involved. TVA has very strict requirements on what studies we can do and what studies we cannot do. So based on all the studies we have done, talking to our expert Stantec, who is one of the premier engineering firms in the whole of US, they determined that this site is conducive to developing the solar project. And all the concerns that you have pointed out, I'm sure Stantec took that into consideration before they made that determination. Stantec and, of course, Copperhead.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong on this. Some of these projects in the queue,
Yes, ma'am.
they might never happen.
That is correct.
And so an alternative location could come up.
Ma'am,
And I understand the queue is a national issue, but,
forget the queue part.
okay,
We applied to TVA sometime in the fall of 2022. Today's 2025. They just started the facility study, 3 years. And the facility study is not going to be done for another year. So if we were to go back in the queue, just imagine we'll have to spend another 4 years, another location, and wait for another 4 years for that project to mature or to get a queue position to be injected.
unless they fix the queue process.
That's a whole different story that I can't comment on.
Okay.
Not to mention that, the studies will be done by end of next year. Then they have another 5 years or 4 years, I don't know what the timelines are, to actually do the necessary updates to the system for us to inject power into their system. So that 4 years just signs the agreement. Then if they actually start, like, we're connecting to the Lost City, they have to add circuit breakers to that location. Now, as you know, right now, there's such a huge demand for circuit breakers. You can't get circuit breakers for 36 months. That's the key. So there's so many things that, they're affected when you change the location. There's like multiple things that trigger that just delay it even further.
Okay. The power is all going to Logan County? Is it?
It's going to TVA.
Okay. So the residents of this area are not getting any benefit other than the tax economic jobs. Is that a correct statement?
This is a wholesale supply, ma'am. So I don't know what portion of this power TVA will ship it back to Muhlenberg County or Logan County or any other county. We have no control over that. We don't know. They don't tell us, where the power is going. We just supply it to TVA, and TVA does whatever they need to do with it.
Okay. And then of the 5 projects, I think you talked about that you've been involved in?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't remember if you asked this. Are any completed?
My projects?
Yes.
They're still in development stage right now.
Okay.
This is the most advanced right now.
This is the farthest along?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Let me catch up on my notes real quick here. Okay. Good afternoon. It's my understanding that Lost City Renewables has not requested a deviation because you don't intend to have any part of your facility be closer than 2,000 feet to any residential community. Is that true as far as you know? Residential neighborhood?
Would you repeat that statement?
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
Kentucky statute requires a 2,000-foot setback from any neighborhood, residential neighborhood, and that term is defined. And it's my understanding that you've not requested a deviation because you don't intend to build any closer than 2,000 feet to the nearest residential neighborhood.
I'm going to defer that answer to one of my experts.
Okay.
As far as,
Which one in particular?
Marty Marcheter.
Marty.
Okay. And so would he be best to ask how close you are to the nearest house?
I can tell you how close
Okay.
we are to the nearest house, that's no
Okay,
problem.
sure.
The closest house is 339 feet from the nearest panel.
From the nearest panel,
Yes,
so
to the
how
house.
close to the nearest fence?
The closest house is approximately 70 feet from the outside fence of the property.
And that's a non-participating landowner, I guess?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But at that, where this house is, we have almost 400 foot of buffer, tree planting and buffer from the nearest panel. So that house has plenty of buffer built in near from the panel.
Okay. So 330 feet, is that what you said, to the nearest?
There's another
panel?
house that is 339 feet from the panel.
And then that same house would be 70 feet from the nearest fence, and then there'd be buffer of trees between the fence and panel. And I can ask this of someone else. if you-
Yeah, I think you're better off asking Marty.
That's fine. That's, I don't want to ask this of the wrong person. Okay, so I want to ask a few of the questions that I found either in the public comments that were filed with us or public comments that we have today, and ask you to address a few of them.
Of course.
And if, again, if you're the wrong witness, please tell me and I'll ask another one. One of the concerns that I heard today is that when people have questions and they call your local office, no one answers. Could you address that?
Yeah, ma'am, I have a list of all the calls we've received. Most of the calls have been from the Cobb family.
Oh, okay.
And everybody knows that we have Galen, who is our local representative. He's approached Mr. Cobb multiple times to see if he wants to sit down with us, directly talk to us, and we can answer the questions. He has not agreed to meet with us, so that's number one. Number two, the calls were mostly about asking about the information, all the reports that we had completed. Those reports were not complete to be able to share with everybody. We were in the final stages of completing, doing our checks, making sure. So till those reports were not available, we just couldn't share it with with anybody. Just, even internally, we had to be careful. So those were the calls, those were the discussion, those were the requirements or requests that were made. But everybody in the county knows Galen. Galen has been around. He's been a clerk at the county for 20 years. He lives in the county, he lives nearby, everybody knows him. Anybody can approach him anytime, and we'll be glad to come down and, meet with the person, with anybody in person. Today, tomorrow, even after these hearings are over, even after the siting board makes their determination. We're not trying to avoid anybody. It's just that, what their ask is, we don't have answers for. Till we don't have answers, we don't want to mislead anybody.
Okay. So are you saying that you have directed people to talk to your local representative rather than call? And that you don't want to have a phone number available for folks?
Phone number is available, but we always believe in one-on-one discussions. Calling people, and just telling them, sorry, this information is not available, that's not I just don't think that's the polite way of doing it.
We've had a lot of concern in a lot of these cases that people who develop these projects then transfer them off to someone else, and then there's not a customer service in case there's an issue. A fence has broken and wildlife is coming through and they need to call, or I don't know, a flood, and they want to call to have someone address. What I'm trying to ask you is what sort of customer service contact will you have for them? Will there be a number that local folks can call over the 30 years or so that this will happen, or is that just always going to be your local contact?
No, so, we have actually filed what is it called? The report where they can complain to the county. There's a phone number and complaint resolution plan we have filed. And there will be always somebody available from the CIP side, also from the O&M contract.
Someone's going to answer the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And then is your local representative, is that intended to be a long-term relationship or just for the development phase?
At this time, he is only for the development phase, but, we can think about, having him for the long term.
When the development phase is over, do you have an intention to have, even if it's not him, some sort of a local person that people could call with an issue?
Ma'am, that's a great idea. I think we would want to ponder on that for sure.
No, sure.
Okay. Is there a customer service center in the United States
Customer service center for?
to handle calls for your projects?
Oh, of course.
Okay, there is. Is that an 800 number?
Yes.
Okay.
Every project has a different one depending on, who the operation maintenance contractor is, but
Okay.
definitely there is.
Okay, thank you.
You have to have one.
One of the concerns was about a survey having been done with only 300 or so acres when there's either 1,300 or 1,400 acres total now. Who would be the best person to ask about that?
Marty is the best
Marty.
person to ask, but again, I can explain to you where ma'am, we had other adjoining properties that we were not planning to disturb. They're farm properties, they're farming there, so we are not planning to put any panels. We're gonna continue that farming at our, part of our program. So those properties were not initially included in there, but we wanted to make sure that we shared, that we have those acreage. If we want to let people know that we're not trying to hide these things, it's just we're not gonna use them for any panel. That's why the 100 acres or whatever difference is there. We're not touching those things. They're gonna be as is, continue to farm. If it's cattle, they're gonna continue, cattle herding.
So you believe that now every acre that you intend to use has been
Yes, ma'am.
subject to a survey?
Yes, ma'am.
Get through my notes here that I may not.
No problem,
may-
take your time.
A lot of my other questions got asked by other participants. Mr. Osterloh or Ms. Price, do you have redirect?
Madam Chair, can I ask a couple follow-up questions before we get to that?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Sorry about that. I just thought about these as we were going through this. Mr. Yoshi, I wanted to go back to the transmission line.
Yes, sir.
You said that was going to be 10 miles?
10.5 miles, yes, sir.
Do you have easements for that entire 10.5 miles?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
By the way, we have a separate application for the Gentai. That's already in the docket.
Okay, thank you. I don't know that I saw that. Going back to the tree clearing.
Yes, sir.
I'd saved this question for somebody else, but I'll ask you just in case you can answer it. I'm assuming it will be timbered first, and then what's left will either be scrub trees or slash or something like that. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Marty answer that question.
Okay. Okay, we'll give that to Ms. Marcheter. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Redirect?
I don't believe I have any redirect. I just want to make a couple points to your question, Your Honor. That's correct. The project is not planning on asking for a deviation, or is not asking for a deviation from the statutory setbacks, just as a matter of law. Mr. Marty has much more details on specific setbacks and that kind of thing. I just wanted to make sure that was clear at this point in time. And then just secondarily, for Mr. Lyons' benefit, the transmission line application, the materials were just filed on Wednesday, I believe it was. It's been docketed as case 2025-030. So just know that it's a relatively recent filing, which is likely why you're not aware of it.
All right, thank you.
But no redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. So no redirect, then no recross. And any reason why this witness shouldn't be excused?
Mr. Joshi's going to stick around, so.
Going to stick around?
Yes.
In that case, I'm not going to excuse you. And we're going to ask you to stick around through the next couple of witnesses, please.
That's fine. That's not a problem.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me. Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Yes, our next witness is Shane Kelly.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kelly. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. Counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, will you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Shane Kelly,
For whom do you work?
Stantec consultant,
What is your title there at Stantec?
senior biologist.
And your business address?
It's 9200 Shelbyville Road, Louisville, Kentucky.
Can you tell the board what your role is with this project?
Yeah, so Stantec's been involved in a couple ways. We did the design. I think we did some of the desktop survey, some of the wildlife surveys, and then also been assisting with some of the siting board documentation and sponsoring answers to the RFIs.
And are you sponsoring the information that has been prepared and submitted in the record by Stantec, as well as responses to data requests with your name on it?
Yes.
And do you adopt that as your testimony here today?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Okay, and interveners.
All right, thank you. Just a few questions. Make sure I understand correctly. I don't know that I'm as hard of hearing as Dr. Coombs was this morning, but I'm still kind of hard of hearing. Were you involved with the design of this project, the location of the panels?
So I wasn't involved in the site selection portion. We have engineers that did design it though and did the site selection criteria.
Okay. So your engineers are the people who, and are you the person to ask about this, that your engineers are the people who laid out the locations of the solar panels?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Didn't quite understand something that Mr. Joshi said, because at one point he told me in cross-examination, he told others that no deviation is being requested from the 1,000 feet setback from adjoining landowners. Is that your understanding of how the project's designed?
Your Honor, I'm going to object in the sense that the 1,000-foot setback is not applicable to this project, so the foundation of the question is not relevant.
Can you rephrase?
What's the closest setback line from a residence? What's the closest panel to
To a panel, I believe it's 369 feet, or I believe it's somewhere on there. I know Sean, and we've submitted in our RFIs as well.
Was your company involved in identifying residential areas that are near the project?
Yes, they did. So they, we were part of identifying residences as part of that and setting the panels back to reasonable distances. And the design goes through several iterations where originally some of the panels and the transmission station were closer, and they've been moved back in certain areas.
But the reasonable distances from residential areas, are they as much as 2,000 feet?
Well, so you're talking about the statute for a neighborhood, which is 5 houses on 5 acres, correct?
Okay, yeah. And you didn't identify any areas where there were 5 houses on 5 acres?
So Marty and Copperhead did do that study, but my understanding is that there was not because, the parcels of land were larger than 1 acre per house.
Well, 5 houses per 5 acres is 5 houses per 5 acres. If you have one house that's on 1.5 acres and one house that's on 1/2 acre, but in a 5 acre grid, that's still 5 houses per 5 acres.
Yeah, no, I agree. To my understanding, that there were no identified neighborhoods that would be required to have a 2,000-foot setback.
And you would agree that if those can be identified, they should be identified?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, yeah.
And you would agree that if those can be identified, modifications should be made to accommodate those areas?
Yeah, sure. By the book of the law, if there is a neighborhood with 5 houses on 5 acres, there should either be applicable setback based on the law or a motion for deviation, as is typical in all of these.
Okay. Now, are you the person responsible for telling us how many deer were on the
So,
property?
yeah, Stantec did do that study.
Okay, and you're here on behalf of Stantec?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware that this property had been advertised by the landowner as prime deer hunting property?
I wasn't aware. I did see a clip of the video earlier, but yeah, I wasn't aware of that before today.
And who did you talk to come up with your number of deer on the property?
So the way that, my understanding of the way it was developed is they looked at deer harvest for the most recent data, I believe is 2022 and 2023. And then they also reached out to Kentucky Fish and Wildlife. They have game folks that have that data, right, and discussed it with them to at least do our best, get our best idea of how many deer may be using that in their home range. Now, obviously, I understand that can vary, right? Because deer move around. They will be more concentrated sometimes, but they only have a certain home range, and with a sustainable deer population can only hold a certain number of deer, right? But Muhlenberg County is in a Zone 1 county for Kentucky, so they have unlimited hunting licenses there. There's no shortage of deer in the county.
There's no shortage of deer in Muhlenberg County. And you used, if I understood your answer to my question correctly, you simply used an average of statewide populations, 1 deer per so many acres. Did I?
Well, we reached out to Kentucky Fish and Wildlife to get their data as well to more clearly understand from what they know. They have limited budget as well, but to understand how many deer may be using the property.
Did you do anything to physically go upon the property and take a survey?
So not in that regard. Copperhead did all of the environmental surveys, so they did, the wetlands, streams, et cetera, out there. But we didn't do a physical deer survey. There's no requirement to do it. As you know, there's plenty of deer in Muhlenberg County. We don't have to do any surveys for deer specifically. So
I think where we're getting to is the point that number in the report is likely not accurate.
There could be further studies, but there aren't any requirements to do that, right?
Right. Now, what did you, or did your company do any studies about drainage or flood-prone areas?
Yeah, we always review the FEMA NFHL, the National Flood Hazard Layer, which they update regularly, and they map out the 100-year floodplain, special flood hazard zones, things like that.
Do you have any knowledge as we sit here of what happens to solar panels when they're flooded?
I assume it's not good for them.
Okay, all right. When was the last time you were on the property?
About a month and a half, 2 months ago, I believe.
Okay. Was that, did anyone make you aware that it had recently, portions of it flooded?
I was not aware of that. I know there's a portion of the site within the 100-year floodplain.
Okay. And is it proposed that panels be put there based
No,
on your
there's no panels proposed in the 100-year floodplain. There is one access road that does run on the edge of it to just maintain access for emergency services, things like that along the site.
Did your company do the archaeological survey?
No, we did not. I'm not sure who, or did we do the, I don't believe, no, we didn't do the desktop survey.
All right. Did your company identify the cemeteries?
So that was probably Copperhead. They did all the field work, like the in-person field work portion. And typically when we do the same thing, but typically when we do those, we identify cemeteries while we're out there so that they can be properly buffered and they have to maintain access as well.
Same question, were there any churches identified near there by you?
I'm unaware of if there were. I'm sure there are. I mean, I know how Kentucky is. There's churches everywhere.
Since I don't know everyone here, is there anyone here today from Copperhead?
Yes, Marty is here, so he'll be following me.
Marty's
Yeah.
Copperhead?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, all right. Other wildlife besides the deer, you heard about the bald eagles. Did you identify any bald eagles?
So I did hear that, obviously from the public statements, I know that Copperhead did a eagle nest survey while they were out there.
I've seen in the applications or in the materials some references to pollinators.
Yes.
Were you involved in creating that?
So yeah, Stantec was part of the design and picking, in concert with CIP, in picking the locations for pollinator habitat, things like that. And, as part of the mitigation measures, we've included that in the application.
Out of 1,300 to 1,400 acres, how many acres of pollinator-friendly plantings will there be or seedings?
So there is a requirement in the mitigation measures to plant, I believe it's usually 2 in the final order that comes through. But, throughout the site, there will be native grass seed mix also planted as well.
What native grasses are typically utilized?
What native grasses?
Yes.
There's a wide array, it's very, it can depend on what, if you've got warm season grasses, cold season grasses. There's a lot of scirpus that's used. There's like thousands of species of grasses. I'm a biologist, but I don't pick out the seed mixes.
Okay, all right. Well, you're not a biologist. Do the plans call for any fescue?
I'm unaware of any plans that call for fescue.
And you would agree that fescue is not a native warm-seeded
Yeah,
grass?
no, it's non-native.
Yeah. It's not good for anything either, except hay, maybe. All right. I think that's all I have for Mr. Kelly.
Okay. Which brings us to staff.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So there's been some discussion about vegetative clearing, lumber removal, things like that, and the effect on stormwater runoff.
Yes.
Could you just discuss some of the stormwater runoff controls that would be put in place?
Yeah, so we did upload a draft SWIP. CIP is gonna have to obtain a Kentucky general stormwater permit as part of the project. And some of the mitigation measures, they're gonna have to put down silt fencing around the site and around any jurisdictional waters, so any streams or wetlands that were determined in the wetland delineation and by the Army Corps to be jurisdictional. For erosion, additional like erosion control measures, that there's a number of options. A lot of times they'll phase the construction so that not the entire site is disturbed at the same time, keeping in mind of weather events as well, because large rain events can further, cause more erosion, silt runoff, things like that. And I know some of the mitigation measures we put in there are some erosional mats, temporary seeding. I think that's it. There may be one more that I'm blanking on.
And then just to clarify, it was said that there's a requirement by law or regulation to make sure there's no additional runoff from the project or
that would be part of the stormwater permit. So they, design would take that into account. We have hydrologic engineers that can model that based off that and then design the site around that. So if we are finding that there's additional runoff, we can put retention basins in if that's needed. A lot of these projects haven't had to do that, but it's a very site-specific thing based on slope. Another mitigation is that we will be grading the site, so reducing the slope to make it more applicable for solar panels and also reduce the amount of runoff at the same time.
Are there any forward-looking studies that right now we have the current floodplains that exist on the site. Is there any idea of any expansion of floodplains or any ideas of more frequent flooding?
So I'm not aware of, FEMA may be, because they phase it, right? So they only can remodel everything every so often. So I'm not sure when that next one would be. That would be FEMA. But we would do hydrologic modeling on the site as part of the stormwater permitting and all that.
And is that okay? And that's something that could be monitored throughout the project, or?
Yeah, I mean it would be. Yeah.
Okay. And then moving on to kind of question I had earlier, different witness about the mitigation measures for the view shed of non-participating landowners. If you go into the specifics of that.
Yeah, so Stantec developed the screening plan. We have two different types of screening, and that's based on, it's been put in certain locations based on site conditions, right? So we have a single line of screening and a double line of screening. They're both a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees, and they have, we put the double line screening where we thought the bigger impact would be. And left the single line primarily where there is already existing vegetation off the site that is going to be staying or on the site as well.
And there was some, I know there's been some concern brought about seasonal, how thick foliage will be depending on the season. And you mentioned evergreen trees will also be in the mix for screening to make sure there's always some.
Yeah, there will always be some. Obviously it's seasonal, right? We especially the mix of deciduous and evergreen, it will be less in winter. But the double line of screening areas have a whole line of evergreens in them as well. So they will be screened year round as depending on the height of the trees and as they grow.
And then I think just one more question. In the geotechnical desktop study, under land use, page 5, there's a discussion of a dam mentioned.
Yes, I saw that. I'm not sure if I feel like this is where you're going. I don't know. I don't believe. So I'm not positive if it's a regulated dam. My guess would be no, but I'm not positive on that. But that we will have to do full geotechnical evaluations on the site as well. So that will be identified there as well.
That concludes my questions. Chair.
Okay. And Deputy Secretary Lyons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kelly, I've got quite a few questions here. If you need to redirect me to Mr. Marchitera, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll do.
But I'll go through these and see what you can answer. Well, let's just go back to the dam while I'm thinking about it. A regulated dam would be anything that's 25 feet in height or impounds 50 acre-feet of water. but it becomes regulated if something downstream would be impacted, like lives or property, should it breach. So I guess my point is, if you build solar panels downstream and it meets that criteria, it could become regulated. So that's what we need to look at, and hopefully Mr. Marcheterre can address that when he comes up. You're aware that there's 2 active water wells and 2 inactive water wells on the property?
Yes.
What are the plans for those water wells, both
So-
the active and inactive?
So I believe they're going to utilize the active water wells for potentially on-site water and dust control.
Mm-hmm.
The inactive ones, I'm not sure if those are remaining in place or not. I would defer to Marty if he can answer that.
Okay. They need to be properly plugged if they're inactive. I'm not sure whether they're plugged or not. There are 4 inactive gas wells on the property. Is that correct?
I believe they were like test wells that were never actually put into production, is my
Do you know
understanding.
whether they were properly abandoned?
I am
Meaning
not-
plugged?
I'm not positive on that.
Madam Chair, we'll probably need unless Mr. Marcheterre can answer that, we'll probably need a post-hearing data request on that.
Okay, got that, staff.
Going to the geotech, heard Commissioner Regan mention the corrosive soils. Can you speak to that geotech and its conclusions and risk to the longevity of the project?
Yeah, I mean, that's fairly typical. We evaluate a lot of these solar sites, and in a lot of Kentucky, that's just the general chemistry of the soil in certain areas. And so, the site would be maintained, like Sean said, there would be regular maintenance on the site to upkeep any of the, racking system, piles that are driven in to make sure that, they're not falling into disrepair.
Okay. Let's go back to the flooding issue. I'm pretty positive that the recent flooding was just, from a historic standpoint, the fact that we had the event we did in April, it's probably caused most of that. But I didn't look at the FEMA flood maps, but the Division of Water in our cabinet has a flood hazard portal that's on our website, where you can easily see the 100-year floodplain and the 500-year floodplain if it exists. And although I didn't have an overlay with the site layout, I did kind of do a side-by-side comparison with the site layout and then the flood hazard portal map. And it appears that there are some panels proposed for a very small area in the northwest corner below State Route 949 and the gas easement area that might actually be in the floodplain. Can you speak to that at all, or was that something you would have to go back and look at?
I mean, we can double check it. My understanding is, and I've looked at the floodplain maps myself, is that the only portion within the site is in the northeast corner where that road, would be impacts from the road. And they would need to get a no-rise certificate.
Yeah, I think it's very close, and you're right, it was the northeast corner, not the northwest. I think I said northwest. Yeah, I think it's very close.
So that, they'll need to obtain a floodplain development permit from both the county and the state, and then get a no-rise certification as a part of that for any development that's in the floodplain.
Right. Speaking of the gas easement, what kind of line is that? Is that somebody owned that line, or is it,
It is an active line. Marty can speak to it. I know that there's been a lot of conversations with the gas company, and back and forth, and they are, supportive of the project.
Is that a gas utility or a gas exploration company?
I believe it's a gas utility, but Marty can give you the exact details on that gas line.
We'll save that for him then. Can you speak to any mineral rights on the property and how that's being handled or investigated?
I am not sure about that.
Is there somebody
I would defer
that
to
can answer
either
that?
Marty or Sean.
We plan to do the mineral and title search. It's in the process.
I didn't catch that.
He said it's in the process. They plan to do a title search and look at the mineral rights.
But that's going to be some information we'll need as well. I think the last one that I have here is regarding one of the cemeteries. I think it was CR2 on the cultural survey that was spoken to a little earlier. It is actually in the project boundary.
There are two within the project boundary.
What are the plans for those?
So right now they have a 50-foot buffer on them, which buffers for any unknown burials that may be outside of the site, especially depending on the age. The cultural team typically provides buffer recommendations based on the age, because the older the cemetery, the more likely it is to have unmarked graves outside of it. But also, we will follow up, due to TVA requirements, they're gonna have to do in-ground geotechnical surveys for the entire site. So they'll have to do shovel test pits and evaluate the cemeteries and the cultural and historic things. So anything that may be potential have to be added to the NRHP, the National Register of Historic Places. But because of TVA regulations, they can't do any surveys that with ground penetration until they get the go-ahead from TVA. So they would have to get in the, get further along in the process with TVA to do that.
Sure. And forgive me, Mr. Kelly, I can't remember whether you were going to answer the question about tree clearing or whether that was Mr. Marchetair.
I can attempt to do it, depending on.
Well, my question really was regarding, first of all, I'm assuming it's going to be timbered for sale?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Anything that's, viable for sale.
Yeah, right. So there's going to be a lot left, slash and other trees that don't have any value. How's that going to be disposed of?
I guess I'm not positive on that. And this, they'll clear it. They could mulch some of it. That's another one of our mitigation measures that we've laid out in the SWIP, is laying down mulch to keep moisture in the soil and reduce erosion. I'm assuming CIP's got a plan to do that and get to that eventually.
I'm just more concerned that they're not piled up and burned.
Yeah, I don't think that would be the plan, as far as I understand.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Secretary. Mr. Hammack?
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Mr. Jessup?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Kelly, I think really the only thing I have is I'm trying to sort out this setback issue, and I may be the only one on the board that's having problems with this, but I just want to make sure, because you seem to be more.
I think you froze up just a minute there.
Hold on. 1,000 feet requirement.
Hey, Mr. Jessup, you're cutting out.
350 foot, I'm seeing a deviation, but I'll.
Hey,
Oops, I'm sorry.
Mr. Jessup, can you hear me?
Bad connection. I can?
If you turn your camera off, it would normally give us a little bit better transmission. It was freezing up a little bit. Now, don't let witnesses turn camera off, but I think for a panelist, let's see if that's any better.
Okay. Is it better?
I can hear you.
Yes, that's better.
Okay. Very good. So I'll try to keep this really brief. You seem to be informed on the distances and the setbacks. So my question is, I've heard 2,000 feet setback for neighborhoods, 1,000 feet general setback. Didn't mention a 330 feet setback from one home to the nearest panel. And that you won't be seeking deviation. So what is the setback that is used in this design?
Well, so the siding board does decide has the final say on the setback. It's typically 250 feet from a residence if you're not in a neighborhood.
Okay. And that's the criteria you guys are using in your designs, 200?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jessup. Commissioner.
Good afternoon. When are you the project manager for this?
No, I'm not.
Okay, but you do the project development then?
So Stantec does have a project manager, but that's, they're managing the financials of the project, things like that. So I'm assisting in, with the siding board hearing, developing the reports, developing answers and responses to the RFIs as well. And we did the design as well, and, I've reviewed all that and interpreted it as well.
And have you physically been to the site?
Yes, I have.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's it? Okay. So I heard something a minute ago that I had not considered yet. You'll be timbering the 600 plus acres of trees to
Yes.
the extent it can be timbered.
Yeah.
Have the trucks that will be hauling the timber being considered as part of the traffic impact study?
I'm not sure on that. So Copperhead did the traffic impact study. So
I'll ask Marty.
Yeah.
I think he's the man
Sorry,
back there
Marty.
smiling
I
repeatedly.
apologize.
When people toss question after question to him. All right, so I'll ask Marty.
I know they are still developing the deliveries to the site. They'll have to do a traffic plan for that and develop that as well.
Okay. So, some of these other questions may also be for him, and if so, just tell me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll try to answer if I can.
Okay. Are you aware of which area the local folks are saying recently flooded?
I'm not aware of that, of which
Okay.
location it is,
Okay.
specifically on the site.
Okay. I have a friend on the Public Service Commission in Wisconsin who talks about this term she made up called weather weirding. That weather's gotten weirder.
Yep.
And I mean, whether you want to, whatever you think is the cause of it. Storms and flooding and things like that have gotten more severe, more frequent. Does your company have a plan for addressing
Yeah, I mean,
shifting weather patterns?
the hydrologic modeling can take those into account. Typically they look at 100-year events, 500-year events, and try to design around that as they can.
Mhm.
So the no further runoff, we'd have to design around that depending on what that modeling shows, things like that. And like I said, I detailed the mitigation measures we had planned.
And if an area besides the northeast corner of this proposed project has flooded since you did your report, you're not familiar with where that might be?
No, I'm not.
What would be the effect of having the wrong area planned for in flooding?
I don't know how to answer.
It
Obviously,
seems like it
we
would
try
not-
to, when we're doing design, we try to avoid 100-year floodplains, places where
Mhm.
water, because obviously electricity and panels and water aren't very compatible.
Right.
So, the design could change based on
Okay.
that,
Do you anticipate that you'd look at that carefully before you actually start building?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay. What would be the effect of having an inaccurate wildlife count? Like, assuming there's a herd of 300 deer, and you have managed to miss that.
Yes.
What's the effect of that on your project?
I mean, there's not much effect to the project now. The deer, if say there's 300 deer, they would disperse, obviously, to the surrounding area and,
Into
you
the
know.
road.
Yeah, I mean, deer are always in the road, right? But they, you know, they would disperse and eventually spread out away from the site. I mean, they've got to go where food is, and if there is overpopulation, I mean, everybody's seen browse lines, right? Where you can see the level that the deer can eat up to because they're overpopulated. So, you know, they would have to move to less populated deer areas eventually. If we miss that and there are 300 deer on the site.
Would they destroy the panels?
Well, I believe they wouldn't be in the site. That would be, you know,
Okay.
yeah.
Assuming
And I
construction.
mean, yeah, assuming, yeah, I mean, the fence will be built, right? So their access will be controlled to the site.
I think I saw somewhere a reference to short-term impact on wildlife, but and migration patterns and things like that. But if there's fencing, it's not short-term.
Yes, yeah, correct. For deer, if we're talking about deer, you know, small mammals can get through the fencing. The native grass seed would actually increase diversity of birds in the area.
I saw reference to a Gardner Farm cemetery, and the distance from your panels was measured to that cemetery. Is there a Hughes Cemetery?
I'm not familiar on the names of the two, but I know there are two on site.
Okay, there's two.
Yeah.
And if you've missed a cemetery, obviously you're gonna have to revise your plan.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we'll follow up with cultural surveys. They're very thorough, especially when you're doing TVA. They make you do the entire site. So they'll be out there walking transects, digging holes, the whole 9 yards for TVA.
We talked about the practical effect of having missed a large herd of deer. And I appreciate that. But what is the effect of having drastically undercounted the wildlife on the feasibility of your study and our approval of your application?
Can you rephrase that? I guess
I will try. So, I mean, there's the practical effect of what will happen to the deer. They're
Yeah,
gonna
they would
disperse, or
disperse,
they're not gonna tear down your panel because the construction. What is the effect on the approvability of your application if you've drastically missed the wildlife count? And that may, if I'm asking you for a legal conclusion, which I may, that's not my intention.
Yeah.
But is it your understanding that you would have to show there's no drastic effect on wildlife to have this approved?
That's not my understanding of the requirements for the siting board specifically. Like for the application, we're not required to do any, you know, endangered species surveys. Like even just doing that, the deer report is above and beyond what most solar.
Okay, and I think that's
farms
what I
do.
was trying to get at.
Okay.
Is that a fatal flaw?
Yeah, no, I don't believe so. I mean, I've been through several of these hearings and I've never been a part of one where we did a deer study before.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure it may have happened before.
Do you know why
but-
you did one here then?
Because to address landowner concerns was part of it.
I want to look at the portion of my notes that's about public comments real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
And these may not be your questions, they may be,
I'm gonna try not to punt any more to Marty. He's got a lot, but.
oh, one of the public comments that was submitted by email that I read talked about the visual impact, so like the view shed, not of the permanent residents, but of the transient visual impact. Like, I don't know if it's designated a scenic byway for some of those highways, but even if it's not, is that something that is taken into effect or considered when you're doing your vegetation planting and things like that?
Sure,
The
yeah, I mean,
transient?
yeah, so, yeah, I mean, we look at that as typically as part of our glare studies, is, you know, typically when they're passing by, depending on the speed of the road, it's usually a couple seconds, depending on the size of the site and the speed limit of the road. But, you know, we look at that and also try to screen it with vegetative screening as well, not just for the view shed, but glare is another issue, you know, as you know. And it can help reduce glare.
Were you involved with the archaeological study, or is that?
So another company did the initial archaeological study, which is just a desktop review, and it will be followed up. But, you know, Marty may be able to speak to more specifics on it, but Copperhead didn't do the study.
Do you know if outdated standards were used?
I'm not aware of any. You know, again, it was a really preliminary. Typically what we do is we start off with a desktop review. We pull the state data, which only certified archaeologists can get, and they review that. And I know it was talked about there were no shovel tests, but there will be because of TVA's requirements. Typically on these sites, we're not required unless we have a nationwide permit or something like that. But TVA has a much more stringent requirement for both like animal surveys, so threatened and endangered species, plants, wetlands and waters, things like that, that are much more stringent than a lot of these projects throughout the state, if you're in the TVA region and connecting to their grid.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Redirect.
Sorry, if I can just check my notes quickly. No redirect for this witness.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in that case, no recross. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
No, ma'am, not from the intervener standpoint.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
I am of a mind to not take a break. Does anybody need a 5-minute call of nature break? Okay. Let's move on then with your final witness.
Without further ado,
Marty.
Marcia Terry.
I seem to be popular
today. Maybe no one can pronounce your last name. We'll try not to call you by your first. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. Counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marcheterre. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Marty Marcheterre.
And for whom do you work?
I work with Copperhead Environmental Consulting.
What's your title with Copperhead?
I'm a senior environmental planner.
And business address?
It's 131, 133 Walton Avenue in Lexington.
And can you describe to the board what your role has been with this project?
We've been supporting CIP with some of the environmental studies and just in some of the ecological studies, threatened endangered species, wetland delineation, etc.
And did you and others at Copperhead prepare reports and information that have been presented with the application in this case, as well as sponsoring responses to data requests?
We did.
And do you adopt that information and those responses here today as your testimony?
We do.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay.
Just a few questions. Were you involved in the identification of any potential residential neighborhoods?
I was.
Okay. And your report does not identify any residential neighborhoods, is that correct?
That's correct.
But if you received updated information that there are residential neighborhoods, would your report be revised to reflect that?
We could look into it again, but we previously have.
Okay. The wildlife survey, and I know I beat on that a while ago, heard about those came from statewide numbers. Is that what you use?
Actually, Stantec did that study.
Stantec did that study, so you didn't have anything to do with that?
No.
What about the abandoned gas wells?
We did. We looked into the abandoned gas wells, and there was, I believe, some information submitted. You know, the 4 wells, what information we found out is those 4 wells were just dry wells. They were looking for oil and gas and didn't find anything.
Were you able to confirm whether or not they went through the required process of abandoning those wells?
I believe so, and I believe we submitted some information, but I'd have to double check that to be clear.
Okay. Were you involved with the review of the road highway infrastructure?
Yes.
Okay. Gentleman this morning in comments had photographs of larger trucks. Were you able to see those?
No, I didn't, but I,
Could I,
if you doesn't mind, I'll peek real quick.
if, with your indulgence, I'd like to show those to the witness.
I'll ask you to go through your usual process and ask to approach the witness.
Yes,
Sorry about that.
I'm gonna
We're out of order, sorry.
We don't normally conduct our hearings in a hearing room this crowded that we've got, audience members just hanging out like right by the witness stand. And we'll try to keep some decorum.
I'm not gonna try to butcher your last name.
Just, that's fine.
All right. I'll show you these three photographs. Can you identify those roadways?
I'm assuming it's Forky Mill Road.
Okay. And is this consistent with your review of Forky Mill Road?
It is, it's a two-lane road, and we were identified as being about 18 feet wide.
About 18 feet wide. Did you physically measure it?
We did in a couple spots, yes.
Did in a couple of spots. And how much traffic, do you know how much traffic this project will
In terms of,
entail, in terms of vehicle traffic?
during construction, there'll be probably about anywhere from maybe 150 to 100, maybe 150 vehicles. That would be more the workers, but that's at peak period time. And probably maybe 25 to 30, some kind of deliveries. But it wouldn't all be on Forky Mill Road or any of the roads. It'd be
Those would be 25 to 30 deliveries per day
during peak periods.
during peak periods. What size trucks make those deliveries?
It'd be a mixture of like cargo vans, it could be some flatbed trucks, it would be a mixture.
Okay. Were you involved in any assessment of the timber?
Not in terms of assessment of, value of timber, no.
Involved in the logistics of removal of the timber?
Just enough that we had some discussions about, options of trying to, any that was marketable timber that would be the first choice to try and remove as much as possible.
Okay. And there was a question by, I think it was Deputy Secretary Lyon, about burning some of what was left over. Is that part of the plan for removal of it?
I think it was listed, but not really, the intent was really, no surprise, it's to remove timber first and then mulch as much as possible because we really want to keep it on site.
But based on your plan, there is a potential for burning.
It was listed, but right now I think the intent is not to.
And let's talk about the archaeological. Was that in your purview?
It was in terms of, cultural resource analysts worked for us.
Okay. And you've not done any extensive archaeological surveys at this time, any digging, any pits, anything of that nature?
Not at this time. The reason is because of TVA's rules. Once you start their NEPA process, they allow you to do any ground disturbing activities. Until then, TVA does not want us to do that.
So you're still going to have to comply with whatever TVA wants if this project is approved?
Correct.
So sorry to interrupt, to the extent that archaeological pits need to be dug or anything like that, you wouldn't be allowed to do that until
Correct.
TVA tells you they're ready to do
No,
it.
we anticipate TVA will request a phase 1 cultural resource survey.
Okay. And assuming they find a burial ground or something like that,
Then you'd have to avoid it or.
you're gonna have to back up, revise.
Correct.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, go ahead.
It's perfectly fine. The cemeteries, what was done to identify those cemeteries? Look at maps, or did you
We
make a
both
physical survey?
We did look at maps and physical surveys, and we identified 2 cemeteries on site. There's the Gardner Cemetery, which is the smaller modern cemetery that's sort of the middle of the site. And that's got, I think it's 4 to 5 graves in that. And then there's the Wellborn Cemetery that's off Mason Pointer Road. It's a little older cemetery, it's up in the woods. There's a little bit of a path up to it, and that has about 30 gravestones we could see.
And you had about 4, two others that were off-site.
Correct.
And you would agree that it's possible you may have missed one that's been described here today?
The one that was described off-site. And so there's one of the figures that was submitted previously identified the cemeteries we found in the neighborhood.
Okay.
So I would have to just double check that one.
I think there was discussion about the wells. Were you involved with the wells and identifying those?
We were.
Okay. And there are two of them that are active.
There are 2 water wells that are right by the poultry barns, and the intent is they're being used for the poultry barns.
Is the intent for the poultry barns to stay?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you been involved in designing the stormwater mitigation process?
No, that's really more of a Stantec, that's a design issue. I mean, you know, we're familiar with it generally, but, you know, really it's not, you know, we don't design it.
But you would agree that removal of standing timber is going to change the stormwater patterns?
No, I mean, the design will manage that, so it's, you know, there'll be silt fences, stormwater basins, you know, appropriate measures to mitigate it, so, you know, it should not change.
Are you telling the board that it will be designed in such a way that there won't be any additional burden in terms of runoff on adjoining landowners?
That's my understanding in the hearings.
Okay. I made a note, I didn't get to ask any recross questions. It may not be a question for you, sir. Are you aware of whether or not there have been any real estate title searches done?
That's not something I'm aware of.
That's not something you're aware of?
There's another firm that I believe, you know, that CIP's been working with on that.
Are you generally familiar with at what point in a project, based upon, this is not the first project you've been involved in, right?
No, I've done a few.
Okay. Are you generally familiar with at what point in the project the real estate title searches are done?
It's all varies, every project seems different when they do the title search.
And is there as we stand here today, and it may not be a question for you, do we know whether or not the minerals to this property have been severed?
My understanding is, you know, all I have is sort of hearsay and just something saying, you know, they didn't think they were, but that's all I know.
Okay, so we don't know if there are other owners of this property that already own a mineral interest?
I'm not aware.
And don't want to be repetitive because it's late in the afternoon, it's Friday, we'd all like to wrap this up. But the residential areas, if those are identified, you would revise your opinion, correct?
If you've identified ones, we've looked at one, if you look at RFI number 2, you'll see we did address the houses on Free Lane.
Okay.
And we determined we did not believe that.
And do I understand it correctly, it's 5 houses within a 5-acre area?
It's not a 5-acre area, it's a 5-acre, but we've always been interpreting it as it's 5-acre for the parcel. So it's 5, you know, it's parcel boundary and parcel size. Not just, I mean, otherwise, we've looked at that as a possibility, and you can draw a circle around, you know, we could get a lot of houses in 5 acres, we can draw a circle around the house and just connect them. So it's always been our interpretation that it's really based on the parcel size, the rest of the residentials and the parcels.
Okay, so you're saying it has to be 1 house per acre and they're contiguous and it makes up 5 acres?
I'm not sure I understand how you're phrasing that.
Okay. You're making an interpretation that I don't understand either, so we're even. Do I understand you correctly that it's, the way you interpret it, it's 1 house per acre on 5 contiguous acres?
If there was 5 houses on one parcel, then that would be, certainly would be a neighborhood.
So
If it's different owners on different parcels, it's based on the size of the parcel. I mean, if you have a 5 acre or 10 acre parcel next to a 1 acre parcel, I mean, I'm not sure how you're defining 5 acres and 5.
Well, I don't want to debate you, but as I read it, it's 5 houses within a 5 acre area that makes up a residential area for our purposes here today.
Your Honor, can I interject? The statute defines residential neighborhood, KRS 278.707, subsection 6. It states a residential neighborhood means a populated area of 5 or more acres containing at least one residential structure per acre. That's the definition we're going with. I'm not sure that a witness can necessarily further elaborate on what would be an interpretation of law.
And I think my question basically goes to a point that I'm trying to make, that his interpretation is incorrect with regard to what Mr. Osterloh just read.
I just think that would be appropriate for a legal brief afterwards, and so maybe not for Mr. Marsh's chair.
I'll do a little follow-up question there. So if you had 4 acres and each of them own, or 4 residences, and each of them owns 1 acre, and they're all touching one another, but then the 5th house owns 20 acres, and so if you drew a circle around, they'd all 5 be in, within 5 acres of one another, but one of them's a 20 acre plot. You think that that wouldn't constitute a residential?
That's my interpretation.
And that's all, we don't need to argue with him anymore, but we know his interpretation, okay?
That's all the questions I have, Madam Chairman.
Staff.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon. So first question is, can you give me an overview of the timeline of the construction phase of the project from the beginning to end? 12 months or?
I mean, it's anticipated 12 to 18 months.
Okay. And are these going to be, is the construction going to occur sequentially or concurrently?
I mean, I think we said sequentially in the response, but I think it's sort of a combination of both, because you finish doing your clearing in an area, that group moves on, the next group comes in to put a conduit in, put the roads in, and while you're doing that, other people are moving ahead, so it's, each section does it, consecutively in that area, but you're moving on to other parts. And, we don't know at this point if they're gonna do, one part here, move the other part of the site and start work there at the same time. So it's I guess it's not it's a gray answer, I guess is.
Generally sequential, but maybe concurrently where able.
Right.
Okay. Now, for the transmission line, do you have an idea of how much how much acreage of timber will need to be removed from the transmission line versus the project site generally, or is that included in the 609 number?
It's not included, we haven't identified that yet, but we anticipate it's a lot smaller. It's mostly, you can avoid areas.
And then there's been some discussion about wildlife disturbances or anything like that in the construction phase or tree clearing. Can you clarify or discuss some of the mitigation measures that are related to habitat or wildlife protection?
Sure. I mean, well, some is, like anything else, once it's been cleared, then we will be revegetating the whole site. Be more grasses. It'll be a native mix of grasses, for the whole site. And then the buffer zones, we're planting, it's about 2,000 plus trees and about almost 4,000 sort of bushes and shrubs. And then that'll be on the edges. And then there's the pollinator fields, which is, right now it's planted about 2 acres. So that'll be planted around the edge. So it's adding about 26 acres of trees at the end, plus, replanting all the grounds.
And then do you have any, I understand that, there's, through the noise study, there's mitigation measures for noise during the construction phase of the project?
Correct.
Are there any updates regarding those mitigation measures from the initial reports filed?
No, right now they stay the same.
And are the values given for the decibel values and things like that given during the, from the noise study, are those also consistent now, or have there been any updates to that? And then, referring to the geotechnical desktop survey, are you familiar with that survey? Is that the?
Unfortunately, that was more of their geotech folks, but we can tell you, I mean, it was a desktop version, and that's the same thing, we have to wait for TVA's approval before we can do underground exploration.
And just a general question, there is a portion that says there's some corrosive soil potentially as an issue of parts of the project, and I just didn't know for the construction phase how that would impact the planning or the construction phase of the project.
And they take that in consideration as they do further studies. They always look into more of the soil types. I mean, it's not just for, doing the, putting the posts in, but it's longevity of the posts.
And finally, looking at the decommissioning plan for the project, it's my understanding, so will all underground equipment be removed, would it be removed according to the decommissioning plan?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you could just go over generally the process for remediation of soil in the project site at decommissioning.
Well, in general, I mean, that's another one that, Stantec drove, they drafted that. But in general, it's, it's remove all the equipment, trying to, regrade this, site is, comparable to what it's currently at the time. The goal is to kind of restore it. I mean, it's had, depending on timing, it's 25, 30 plus years. We anticipate the soils should be okay. I mean, I know there's issues, and then that's one that over time, they're gonna relook at that every 5 years in the decommissioning plan and update it as necessary. So if there's new requirements for decommissioning, those will be incorporated at those times.
Thank you, that concludes my questions, Chair.
Okay. Deputy Commissioner, sorry, Deputy Secretary, I gave you the motion, I apologize.
That may have been a promotion, I'm not sure. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Marchetair. Excuse me if I'm redundant on some of these questions. I get lost in what was deferred to you and what was not. But let's deal with that pesky dam, okay? Is it currently regulated by the Division of Water? Do you know?
My understanding, it's not.
Okay, if solar panels are built downstream of it and a breach should occur, would it be regulated if solar panels are built downstream of it?
That I'm not sure. I think that's a question we'd have to probably look into a little more to confirm.
Okay. All right. There are many jurisdictional streams and wetlands on this property. I was kind of surprised there were that many. What is the plan for these features?
For each of where, basically there's a 25-foot buffer around all the jurisdictional wetlands. And the same thing as a 25-foot buffer around each of the jurisdictional streams. We may have to cross some of the streams just for internal access roads. And so we're anticipating we'll have to get a nationwide permit from the Corps of Engineers and Division of Water.
The 25-foot buffer, was that recently quoted to you or gotten from the Division of Water?
Well,
and I tell you why I asked, because I was talking with our Assistant Director of Division of Water the other day, and I quoted that number, 25 foot, and he said he thought it was 50.
Our understanding, and with conversations with Division of Water, it's always been, it's sort of guidance for 25 feet. It's not anywhere, there's only 25-foot buffer ever mentioned in the tree removal guidance. But it's not a regulation that we're aware of, and we've been always quoted 25 feet.
True. And quite to be honest with you, we may have been talking about karst features. I don't remember. I know we've had that issue come up in past hearings, and that has been the intent, is to provide a buffer, whether it was 25 or 50. I just wanted to get on the record what the plan was for that.
Yeah, we've not found any sinkholes on site, and this part of the project area is kind of in a low karst area, but that will also be as part of the geotech study. They'll double check that, but we didn't, any studies we did on site, we did not find any sinkholes.
Correct, yes. So everybody's been focused on the deer. I mean, what happens when you clear land, whether it's residential, commercial, industrial, whatever, deer disperse. That's just, that's what happens. I'm sure if I was a hunter there, I wouldn't appreciate that, but that's just the fact of the matter. I'm more interested in the bats. You all took the unusual step of doing a mistnet survey, which I've only seen done one other time in these solar projects. And you did catch, I believe, 3 tricolored bats. Mr. Marchetair, is the tricolored bat listed yet, or is it just still being proposed?
No, it's still proposed.
Do you know when, have you heard any indication when that might be approved?
Basically, we've been told not anytime soon.
That said, and clearing 600 plus acres of trees, which bats obviously used to roost in, many of the species do, some of those endangered species. Do you anticipate having to pay into the imperiled bat mitigation fund?
Well, on site, since we only captured the tricolored and 1 gray bat, maybe not. I mean, we're still gonna have to do formal consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. But right now, you know, they've only just reviewed our plan, but that's another one. Since this is a project that's involving TVA and their NEPA process, they take the lead on doing the actual consultation.
Right. And when it involves a federal agency, I know they go full-blown NEPA on that. Has an IPAC been done, or any consultation with Fish and Wildlife, whether it's state or federal?
We've done an IPAC, and we looked at, you know, of course, Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife, what's online. And in both of those, received copies of the survey plan for the bat study and, you know, approved it. But yeah, the IPAC identified, you know, a few different species. One is the whooping crane, but that shows up now in IPACs across the state, but only
Sure.
3 counties are of concern by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and we're not in one of those 3 counties.
Right.
There's a pink mucket mussel, but we, you know, based on doing all of our on-site work with the wetland delineation and stream delineations, we don't believe there's any habitat for the pink mucket mussel. And then there's the bat species.
Did you all run a Kentucky Nature Preserves KY bat survey?
You mean their desktop review for Nature Preserves Commission?
Yes.
We did.
Was there any species denoted on there that's different from the federal species? Because sometimes ours is much more comprehensive because it includes plants. Was there anything listed on that? I did not see that.
I didn't see that. I don't remember that we had anything else, but we, you know, we can confirm that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is in the area, but I know out in western Kentucky in some areas there are native prairie species that are of interest, and I didn't see the KY bat report, so I wasn't sure about that. I can't remember if this was deferred to you or not. We were talking about it with the previous witness about the gas easement and what kind of line that is.
It's a 10-inch gas line.
Who owns that? Atmos? Or?
It's, well, Texas Gas, which is owned by like Boardwalk Pipelines.
So that's an interstate pipeline. Then.
Correct.
No regulation by the commission. That's regulated by federal PHMSA, right?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. I think that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hammack.
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jessup?
Yes, I'll make this quick. Thanks, Mr. Marchetair. Going back to your cumulative environmental assessment, we talked about groundwater and stormwater impacts. Let me make sure I've got the right one pulled up here. Yep. On groundwater impacts, there's one area that I was kind of looking at. It says no direct adverse impacts to groundwater are anticipated. The PV panels will have a relatively minor effect on groundwater infiltration and surface water runoff because the panels will not include a runoff collection system. Rainwater will drain off the panels to the adjacent vegetated ground. So, is there any data to support this? I mean, with a project this size that we're really not going to just increase runoff by putting our water all in the same place? We're still going to have the same groundwater infiltration?
All the studies we've seen has just said that, it's really neutral. They're saying there's nothing leaching off of the panels, so that's their interpretation, that there's no leaching, so there's nothing else being added to the groundwater.
Okay, but we're still getting the same amount of groundwater infiltration with all the panels in place. So we're not really affecting the underground aquifers at all.
Right, that's what our belief is.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure that it's yours. This should have been asked the previous fella. But on the decommissioning plan, talks about restoration and vegetation, and basically says that areas disturbed by the project, facilities, and activities will be restored to a substantially similar state as it was prior to construction. I didn't see this before. I've been sitting here as we're going through this and rereading some of these. So I know you said that once you got the okay from TVA that your geotechnical report would be expanded. My concern is if we are returning everything back to a substantially similar state, that our geotechnical report show, especially in these areas where we're going to clear 609 acres of timber, that, if it's the following paragraph says topsoil will be placed in the disturbed areas as needed and stabilized prior to returning the site to the landowner. So if we are going to actually restore and revegetate the site, I would think that the geotechnical report needs to include some gridding of the soils so that we know how to get back to where we were. And then my secondary concern there would be that our bonding process not only includes just not decommissioning, but disassembly. We're including the disassembly and this restoration and revegetation and making sure that that's covered in that bond.
My understanding is there is a line item for, I think soil and revegetation. I'm not sure there's a lot of detail, but there is a line item in there.
Okay. Okay. That's all I really have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. You're welcome. Commissioner Reagan.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. I've got a few.
No, that's fine.
I'm trying to find all the times I wrote Marty. Marcia Terre, Mr. Marcia Terre. I think that we got the answer to this question about the archaeology standards and whether they've been complied with. I think the answer we're told is that really hasn't been done yet, can't be done yet until TVA says it's time. Is
Correct.
that-
I mean, even, the standards from the Heritage Council really don't address totally for a desktop, but they do for, they do the review. So they're following this normal standards, for checking from them and Office of State Archaeology. So the information's right, and they did a site reconnaissance, but they were only allowed to sort of walk around and drive around, not.
But TVA doesn't allow you to be doing that yet. You have to.
No, we talked to TVA to confirm what we were allowed to do, which
Okay.
was this level of study.
Okay.
And so, we did what we could.
Right. Okay. Regarding the question about whether all of the applicable acreage had now been properly surveyed for every, square foot that you're going to be using. Can you answer that affirmatively that you have?
We have for all the other studies. That one, they were right, that one didn't have that, cover that area. But, but at the same time, that's not there, they're planning on doing anything in. Those were additional areas on the edges.
Okay. The question about whether or not the traffic impact study has considered the presumably fairly large number of trucks hauling timber was also tossed to you. Do you know if that's been considered?
I'd have to double check. I know it was just a general average, of truck traffic.
So that was construction truck traffic.
Right, primarily.
And we haven't had one where there's been a lot of timbering like this, so it's just something that occurred to me today. But when you figure out how much timber is going to be hauled out of there and how many trucks that will be, do we get a report? Do we get a supplemental information?
We can certainly do a supplemental information.
And I don't know that you have the answer yet.
We'll have to look into it.
Okay. Staff, I would want to have some follow-up. So the current plan, as stated, is that you will return the land as close as possible to pre-construction condition. I know with mining permits, you can change that designation from back to original contours to flat or to be developed or something like that if you have the landowner's consent. Do you know whether the requirement is that it be returned, i.e. replanted with all those trees? Or do you think that the requirement would be that you just satisfy the landowner for the condition you leave it?
I think we're leaning to the latter because we realize that, they might want to put this back into farming. And so otherwise we'd be replanting trees that they might want the land to do other things.
You've done a number of studies that are over and above what are required according to the testimony today. Could you list for us some of those? Doesn't have to be exhaustive, but some of the ones you did that weren't required to do, like the bat study.
We did, we did a threatened and endangered bat study. We did an eagle and raptor study. We did, some of the ones are sort of standard, but I'm not sure they're officially required. The phase 1 ESA, wetland delineations. We did the cultural, initial cultural work. We did, at this point between studies and plans, some overlapped. We did the, complaint resolution plan, other things were identified and included. But I think those are sort of the main ones.
Okay. And you did those in response to local concerns?
We tried to, that's what we tried to, that included that wildlife study too.
All right, I think that's all the questions I have. Redirect.
I can just have 1 second to look through my notes.
Mm-hmm.
I do not have any redirect.
Okay. In that case, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
No reason he can't be excused.
Okay, sir, you're excused, thank you. And do we have reason to recall Mr. Joshi?
Not to my knowledge.
We made him stay. Does anybody want to recall him? Was there something that didn't get answered? Okay, you're also excused, sir. Thank you. We didn't move to admit those photos. I assume Mr. Osterloh would object if you did, but.
Yeah, no objection if we want them into the
You
record,
do?
whatever.
If you'd like them in the record, I'd move to admit them.
You'd move to admit, okay, it's your call, all right, and no objection? All right. Let them be admitted. Not sure exactly how to do it because we normally get copies for everyone, and,
Likely to submit those online, y'all.
Well,
I'm not gonna ask a public commenter to submit that, I'm gonna ask
What if I
Mr.
scan these and submit them as an exhibit?
I think you'd need to do it in accordance with the PSC guidelines, for, electronic copies, et cetera. Right? Okay. So admitted at the hearing, but to be submitted later. Does anybody think I should do that differently? Don't wanna, okay.
Acceptable to me.
It's new, it's a new way of doing things for us. All right, Any motions at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Council, the order is due by July 28th.
Yes.
All right. I'll ask staff to issue a written summary of any additional post-hearing requests for information that they're going to submit to be out by June 20th. And how much time would applicant need to respond?
I mean, based on what's been asked today, I think we can turn them around pretty quickly, probably in a week. There was the last one that
Okay.
was related to traffic impact on tree hauling that sounds like we're gonna have to get some information on. But I would suggest if the written requests come out on the 20th, we could have until the 27th.
Okay. So I was gonna say that simultaneous briefs were gonna be due the 20th, but that's the same day that we've talked about issuing a summary of requests. Is that incompatible? Would we want to get those in before we did briefs?
That's my line, whatever preferences.
Can you do briefs before?
So honestly, in the past cases, I think typically we have done briefs. The regulation says 7 days after the hearing, the briefs are due. There's been a lot of information conveyed in this case. I would suggest if we could have maybe the same date the data responses are due, the 27th, also having simultaneous briefs, but.
The turnaround for these cases is extremely short. It's 6 months. We do everything that we're gonna do, get all these reports filed back and forth, and we have 6 months to finish them. So it's always tight by the time we get to hearings. But, Mr. Johns?
The 27th date sounds reasonable.
For simultaneous
Madam
briefs?
Chairman, for simultaneous briefs.
Got it. Response briefs, if any, simultaneously. July 3rd. We're all gonna be out for the 4th. Any objection to July 3rd?
Acceptable.
That's a Thursday. All right, so we're modifying that just a little bit. Just to reiterate, issue written summary by the 20th, 27th they'd be due, in addition to your simultaneous initial brief on the 27th of June. And then response briefs, if any, simultaneously on July 3rd. All right. I don't think we actually ended up with much confidentiality or confidential material to deal with. So, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Madam Chairman.
Happy Friday, everyone. We're adjourned.